Okay, good morning. Today is Wednesday, August 10th, and this is the time and place for the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Control Board meeting for the month of August. Madam Secretary, has our agenda been posted in accordance with the open meeting law?
Yes, it has.
Okay, so today we'll be covering all the items noted on our August agenda. And Madam Secretary, let's proceed with public comments, please.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters.
Okay. Anyone wishing to make a public comment, please step forward and state your name for the record. We'll hold you to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction.
My name is Diamante Asbury, Diamante Asberry. Good morning to the board. I'm here on behalf of the Culinary and Bartenders Union. I'm here today to update you all on some of Station Casino's recent announcements and actions throughout the valley. Last month, Station Casinos announced that 3 of its properties, Texas Station, Fiesta Henderson, and Fiesta Rancho, will be permanently closed, demolished, and the land beneath them sold. The company is currently constructing the new Durango Hotel and Casino, working on a new Wildfire Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and planning a new casino in the North Las Vegas Valley as well. Stations is making decisions that impact multiple different communities throughout the Las Vegas Valley. Are they responsive to the concerns of these communities? In June of this year, no representatives from stations were present at a North Las Vegas City Council meeting where the council voted to approve a resolution extending the non-operational status of Texas Station and Fiesta Rancho for another year. This meeting came a mere 6 weeks before the announcement of permanent closures of those properties. We believe that the holder of a privileged gaming license should be present to answer questions from those that hold jurisdictional power over the licensee. 2 weeks ago, on Monday, July 25th, Stations held a community meeting at the Aliante Library for North Las Vegas residents to discuss the new casino project the company is planning for a new master plan community in North Las Vegas. Dozens of community members showed up to ask questions about the development. Those representing Stations at the meeting did not have answers to many of the questions that were asked. Here are some of the questions that the community members asked at the meeting. 1, what is the timeline of the completion of this project, and how long could this land, like other undeveloped sites owned by Stations around the valley, potentially sit empty? 2, how much higher will rent be for residents in the area as a result of this project? 3, will laid off Station Casinos workers from the now permanently closed properties be called back to work at this new casino? And 4, will there be another community meeting to address the impacts of this project on residents in the area? Our question is, will this board hold Stations accountable for the impact that the company has had and will have on Las Vegas neighborhoods and residents? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to make a public comment? Please step forward and state your name for the record, if you would.
Hi, my name is Kathleen Penna. Kathleen, Kathleen, Penna, Penna. I'm a cocktail server at Red Rock Casino. I started working with Station Casinos in 1997. I opened the Sunset Station as a cocktail server. In 9 years that I worked at Sunset Station, we had 3 rebids, which allowed us to change where we were working about every 3 years. I transferred to open the Red Rock Casino in 2006. I started in the bingo room as a cocktail server, and I'm currently still in the bingo room. After several years, Red Rock had a rebid, and the beverage department for all of the bartenders and cocktail servers only that work in the slot department. Every other cocktail server, including bingo, race and sportsbook, poker, and the pit, were excluded from the rebid. When I found out about this, I went to the beverage managers, the beverage director, the human resources. I went to corporate, and finally to the general manager of Red Rock. With the majority of the cocktail servers in agreement, and after a full year of trying to follow the proper chain of command and request for a full rebid without our classifications or pods, we were informed that by Scott Nelson, who is the general manager, that there would be no full rebid, and he offered no explanation why. For the past 16 years, I have been in the same room, the same shift, the same hours, with no opportunity for change, with that'll change, no opportunity for change for my lifestyle. Over the years, for all these years, to make a change, I would have to give up my seniority of 25 years. I'd have to lose my benefits, and I'd have to start a new classification. So if I wanted to work from bingo to slots, I would have to give up all my seniority in the same hotel. I'm not the only cocktail server who feels this way. We've all put in many years with the company, but they're just not listening to us. We voted for the culinary union at the Red Rock, and we want the company to respect that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to make a public comment here in Las Vegas? Please step forward if you'd like to. Okay, seeing none, let's go to Carson City. Is there anyone in Carson who'd like to make a public comment? All right, seeing none, that closes our public comment period. Madam Secretary, the next item on our agenda is the approval of the prior month's disposition.
Pursuant to NRS 241.035, this item is the consideration of the approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board disposition for July 2022.
Each of us has had an opportunity to review the disposition. Would either of my colleagues like to make a motion?
Certainly, I'll make that motion, Chair Gibson. I move to approve the Nevada Gaming Control Board disposition items for the month of July 2022.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye, thank you. All right. Madam Secretary, that brings us to our first non-restricted item. Please read it into the record if you would.
Non-restricted number 1 is the application for determination that Woody's Entertainment, Inc., doing business as Lucky Strike, may transfer its non-restricted gaming license within the Carson City redevelopment area pursuant to NRS 463.302. This item is for board consideration only.
Okay. All right, so we have an appearance in Carson City. Welcome. Please state your names for the record.
Good morning, Chairman Gibson, members Katsaros and Watkins, and Executive Secretary Rupert. My name is Sally Eloyan, Elloyan, recently enrolled as an agent to practice before the Board and Commission. Also with me today is Scott Tate, President, Treasurer, and Director of Woody's Entertainment. I would like to thank Chairman Gibson for waiving the appearance of Christy Tate. And in addition, we would like to thank Chief Hoffman for graciously agreeing to hear this item first as an accommodation to my schedule, as well as Agent Menshif, Supervisor Brown, and Deputy Chief Rippey for their thoroughness and professionalism. Today, we bring before you the application of Woody's Entertainment doing business as Lucky Strike pursuant to NRS 463.302 sub 1A, with a request for approval to move the non-restricted gaming license of Woody's Entertainment doing business as Lucky Strike. The application meets the requirements of statute as follows. 1, the new location of the non-restricted gaming license is within a redevelopment area created pursuant to NRS 279. And the new location is located in the same local governmental jurisdiction as the existing location of the establishment. With that, I will turn the mic over to Mr. Tate so that he can answer any questions that you may have regarding the application. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Tate, welcome.
Thank you, sir. It's kind of different for me in this environment under a video. I'm used to physically being here, but it sure is, I haven't appeared before any of the members of this board, so it's nice to appear before you, and I'm here to answer any questions, and I also really appreciate the job that each of you do. It's a pretty tough environment out there the last few years, and takes strong leadership, and for that, I'm gracious.
Thank you, Mr. Tate. So in reviewing NRS 463.302 sub 1A, your request to move your location, it meets the requirements of statute. So there's no problem there. Let me turn it over to my colleagues for any other substantive questions.
Good morning, Mr. Tate. Ms. Loyan, good to see you.
Hello.
Morning.
Mr. Tate, I'd just like to go through what we're doing here. My understanding is we're essentially looking to move the non-restricted license that you currently have on Highway 50 over to 395 South Carson Road there on the south end of town. You've got a new build. Can you walk me through what's going on with all that?
Yes, sir. And I believe you're quite familiar with Northern Nevada. So our current location is in a little strip center on Highway 50. And that was acquired back in around 2010, 11, 12, 13-ish. And we've operated there for 10 years or so. And we looked at a location at 2811 South Carson. You may refer to that or may recognize it as the former Grandma Hattie's restaurant facility. in South Carson and south of Fairview. And we demoed that building. We considered remodeling that facility, and we demoed that building and tried to build a new facility. We did build a new facility there. We're quite proud of it. In that it's pretty current, it's pretty clean, it's nice and efficient. And so this application or request is just to transfer that license there with our existing team members.
And then the existing location you have right now, the intention is to then make it a restricted?
Thank you for that question. Yes, sir. It is our intention to convert that to a restricted location. Yes, sir.
And then at this point, the city of Carson, they've already granted you the approvals that are needed for the non-restricted location, the Grandma Hattie's location, I'll call it. And then, is that accurate?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, so the commission,
will
will be the final step in that process.
Okay, they approved that back in 2018 before we actually commenced the project and the construction at the board of supervisors level. And then of course we've gone through the process, the approvals of the fire, the building department, the health department, of course alcohol we had to be approved for. And so actually we were approved last month for the Lucky to where we're going to operate the restricted location. It comes before the hearing board this Friday at 2:30 for the new Lucky Strike Casino with a recommendation on their agenda of approval.
Okay, understood.
Yes, sir.
And then the building that you've just constructed, that's owned by another entity owned by you though?
It's controlled by me, and yes, sir. I serve as the manager of Northern Nevada Comstock Investments. That is who has constructed the building from a state tax planning standpoint. The beneficiaries of that are my two children, and but I serve as the manager of that.
Okay. Well, it's a pleasure to see you here today. I've never met you, as you mentioned before, but you're well known to us, especially in Northern Nevada. You've grown your empire quite large now. I think you've got just over 20 locations these days. Known in a good
Easy,
way.
sir.
I can.
There's no
I've
empire here,
asked-
sir. I just get up, go to work every day. I really do. I just really enjoy what I do. I'm blessed to be
Good.
associated with the state of Nevada. I'm emotional about it. I love the state of Nevada. It's blessed me beyond my comprehension. I'm proud of my association with the Nevada Gaming Control Board and Gaming Commission. But we just try to, develop our team members and provide opportunity for other people, and this is a way in which we continue to do that.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you for the exchange. Thank you for educating me on exactly what you guys are doing. I'm very familiar with it. Seems pretty straightforward, but again, it's great to see you here. I'm happy to move forward. I didn't have any further questions, Chair. So.
Thank you very much. Member Watkins.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I just had a few questions for you all. How do you plan to change your operations to account for the increase in space and the number of machines?
Excuse me, could you repeat that? I couldn't hear. How do I?
How do you plan to adjust your operations to account for the increase in space and the number of slot machines?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for that question. Again, we're moving from a place that has basically 27 games to 170. We have a workforce in place here. We're really blessed to have a great operation and a great team here in Carson City, about 125 people. We've worked hard to develop these people, even under very strenuous and challenging times over the last couple of years. But actually, we look at it as an opportunity. It's our culture of who we are and how we operate for the last 18 years here in Carson City. We lean on it. We believe in it. And so as a result, we are in a position to provide that opportunity to additional team members and bring new people on.
You said you have 125 people. Is that across operations? You're not talking about at the current location?
That is correct. In the Carson City market area.
How many employees do you have at your current location?
5.
How many
Of the
employees do you,
about 25.
and how many employees do you anticipate hiring at the proposed location?
Probably hire another. We're carrying a little bit more at our existing locations than typical. And so we will move a number of those people we will transfer those over, but we'll add a net probably of about 10 more people, 10 to 15.
Your area manager, he's going to be spending more time at the proposed location, is that correct?
That's correct.
And how much time will he spend at the proposed location?
At the new location,
Correct.
yes, I apologize. Sometimes I have a hearing problem in one of my ears, so I apologize for that.
That's
deficiency.
okay.
He will be spending quite a bit of time in the new location as well as myself. Additionally, we will pull people from our other markets, like our Fernley market and our Fallon markets, the Lyon County, Churchill County, to support when we put in a new project. So those people will come and provide support to our existing team members here. But he will be spending an enormous amount of time there and when we first start. But the existing operations are right here in town, and they're very conducive to oversight.
Okay, so you don't anticipate any issues with staffing or training considering the current market?
We do not. We do have its challenge, especially in the north. Northern Nevada has an unemployment rate of 2.7%. Years and years ago when I went to school, 5% was full employment. And so it is a challenging environment. And there's a lot of stress in the world and among people in the last couple of years. And what we've learned recently is people are looking for good cultures, and they really care about great cultures, and they want to join an organization that has stability, is very forthright, genuinely provides opportunities to them to better themselves and to grow. And it's hard. While it's been hard the last couple of years, we have seen a little bit more activity, especially in the last 8 to 10 weeks in this area. So we're kind of excited about that, to be real honest with you, especially in the areas in which we operate. I think it's much more challenging, like, for example, in the Reno Sparks area, but in the rural areas and even in Carson City, relationships mean a lot to people. And so we found that that's been beneficial actually for our operation.
That's good to hear. I don't have any other concerns related to your application. My questions just were surrounding the significant change in space and number of employees that are going to be required, the number of slot machines that'll need to be managed, et cetera. So I'm happy to support the application and wish you well.
Well, thank you so much for your questions and your support. And again, any questions that come up, we're very open and can address anything that the board may have.
Okay, so Mr. Tate, in looking at the various entities that are owned 100% by you, I'd say you do have something of an empire. That said, back in 2020, and no one wants to revisit the pandemic, but I will for a moment. You had 3 different violations at 3 different locations for violations of the governor's directive, health and safety directive related to COVID. Now, do you believe that you have adequate oversight, people in place to supervise your different locations?
Yes, sir, we do. We have worked very hard. That was a very challenging environment, to say the least. We had the directives. I think there was some communication. I mean, that issue has been fully disclosed and addressed. I think I would invite you. I'm sure you've probably read that information and the file on that. But we recognized there were some errors in handling that issue. It was more of an administration of the issue as opposed to the issue. And for that, we're apologetic and we're remorseful and sorry that we didn't administer it as well as the Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division would like. And for that, we were here to move forward. We think, subsequent to that, the last 24 months, we think we haven't had those issues. And so we think we're definitely prepared to manage this operation. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tate. And, if I can, as a sidebar, welcome back, Ms. Loyan, former chief.
Thank you.
Several division.
I never
It's good to
thought
see
I'd
you.
be on this side of the podium.
All right, so I have no further questions. If there are no further questions from colleagues,
And for me.
that's for a motion. Please.
Chair Gibson, I move to approve non-restricted item number 1 is read into the record by Secretary Rupert, conditioned as follows. The location is limited to the operation of slot machines, and the surveillance system and/or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license, and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved prior to the issuance of the state gaming license.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Again, thank you for your service.
Okay, would you please read in non-restricted number 2, please?
Non-restricted number 2 is the application of Flutter Entertainment PLC for registration as a publicly traded corporation and for finding of suitability as sole shareholder of Betfair Group Limited. It is also the applications of Betfair Group Limited, the Sporting Exchange Limited, TSE Holdings Limited, FanDuel Group Parent LLC, and FanDuel Group Inc. for registration as an intermediary company and a finding of suitability as sole shareholder, managing member, and/or sole member as noted on the agenda. Also included is the application of Betfair Interactive US LLC, doing business as FanDuel Sportsbook for licensure as a manufacturer and distributor, as an information service, and to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from Samwell Inc. It is also the applications of Jeremy Jackson, Jonathan Hill, Gary McGann, Paul Cutter, Edward Trainer, Amy Howe, and Andrew Giancamilli for finding of suitability or licensure as officers, directors, and/or key executives as noted on the agenda. Also, you have the request to withdraw the applications of Michael Colley, Matthew King, Paul Rushton, and John Hindman as noted on the agenda. Lastly, for board consideration only, you have the applications of Boyd Gaming Corporation, Boyd Interactive Gaming Inc., and Boyd Interactive Gaming Holdings LLC for registration with the Nevada Gaming Control Board as a minority equity interest holder as noted on the agenda.
Good morning, Chair Gibson, Member
Good.
Katsaros, Member Watkins. For the record, I am Erica Oakberg. I am outside Nevada Gaming Counsel to the company. Here with me today are the individual applicants as read into the record by Madam Secretary, as well as Allison Meyer, Legal Counsel. If acceptable, we would like to proceed with an affirmative presentation. That presentation would include first some overarching remarks from me regarding the scope of the applications and the licensing structure, a few administrative matters, and then we would turn to a company presentation that will be presented as a PowerPoint on screen. That presentation will begin with Peter Jackson and Jonathan Hill as the CEO and CFO of Flutter, who will provide an overview of the company, the brands, the corporate goals and values, the financial performance. And then Amy Howe, as CEO of FanDuel, would provide an overview of the US operations, FanDuel, and then plans for Nevada. And then we, of course, would bring up each of the individuals so that they could provide their background to you.
Hey, welcome, Ms. Hulkerberg. Let's go ahead with the affirmative presentation.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. So the primary applicant before you today is Betfair Interactive US LLC, which is doing business as FanDuel. FanDuel has applied for an operator of information service, manufacturer distributor, as well as approval to share in gaming revenue for the sportsbook. I understand that the board members had some questions regarding the scope of the information service license and the sportsbook operations, so I would like to address those affirmatively. So first, FanDuel does not plan to immediately provide any technology into Nevada. Right now, the Fremont Sportsbook is operating the IGT platform for retail sports betting. The plan on a go-forward basis is to continue to use an IGT platform. However, it would be an upgraded version that has some FanDuel specifications incorporated into it. Fremont will continue to operate the sportsbook. FanDuel will provide a line and odds feed, as well as information, advice, and guidance to the Fremont Sportsbook for their determination in setting lines and odds, and as well as managing their own risk. Fremont will continue to be operated by employees of Fremont. There will be no FanDuel employees at the sportsbook. And this general structure is familiar to FanDuel and the group as they do operate in this way in a few of the other markets. So in short, Fremont Sportsbook will continue to be operated by Fremont, by Boyd. All of the Boyd employees or Fremont employees will continue to service that sportsbook. FanDuel will provide a line and odds feed, will provide advice and guidance to help the Boyd trading team in making decisions for setting the lines and odds and managing the risk. And then, as mentioned just a little bit earlier, they also would plan to share in gaming revenue from the sportsbook, and then they would also enter into a co-branding arrangement. So if I could, I'd like to just pause there to see if there are any questions on those points before I proceed to the next.
Yes, just real quick, you said that there are plans for an upgraded IGT system, correct?
That is correct, and that would be through IGT's manufacturer license, and they would seek any appropriate approval with the technology division before it would be deployed.
And when is that change supposed to happen?
So there's no immediate timeline yet when that's going to happen. I expect that would be sometime in the next few months, but there's no immediate timing for that.
Okay, is there supposed to be some type of upgrade in 2026 or?
As to 2026, I'll turn and see if anyone's aware of any particular upgrades in that time. None that we're aware of.
That's all I have.
I have a question. Did I jump on you?
No.
Okay. Would you speak a little bit about FanDuel's role in managing risk and what you mean by risk and their involvement will be?
Certainly. So they have no plans to actually actively manage the risk on behalf of the sportsbook. Their plans are only to provide information and guidance based on customer patterns, knowledge, and information that they have through the FanDuel and Flutter models to give that information for Boyd and Fremont to make their decisions on managing the risk. There will be no pooling of risk from any other FanDuel sportsbooks, nothing like that.
And so moving of lines, setting of lines, I mean, they're going to fit squarely within 463011642.
That's right. That's exactly right.
All right, thank you.
In your opener, good morning, by the way.
Good morning.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
In your opener, you said they're not providing any technology current. Okay,
That's right.
Are they providing any lines, data feed, odds right now, though?
Thank you for the question. So yes, they are. They are providing for free, no compensation to IGT a line and odds feed at the moment.
And they're doing it for free because they're just good partners or friendly?
They are good partners to IGT and good partners to Boyd.
So is the agreement then with, I kind of want to look at what's now and what's later, what we can expect. We touched upon some of it already, but right now they're providing a service for free to IGT, or are they providing the service for free basically because of their partnership with Boyd?
They're providing the service right now to IGT. They do have an existing relationship with IGT as well. And that relationship is carried in some of the other markets where they also, in some markets, they're allowed to deploy the system themselves. And so they do work with IGT to provide their customized system in other markets.
Okay.
So this is kind of an existing relationship they're accustomed to for IGT.
And they're providing it for free in Nevada because of the requirement for them to first be licensed?
Yes, that's correct. So at this time, they wanted to start to bring part of their product into the state. And so we analyzed the information service definition and determined that they would be able to provide the line and odds feed as long as it was provided for free and not to a licensee.
And as part of the supplying of that data, though, is that part of the IGT agreement or is that part of the Boyd agreement?
That's part of the IGT agreement.
Okay. So that's a similar construct than that they have in the other markets.
That's right, except for in the other markets, they have some more expansive abilities. So in some other markets, they actually can operate a sports book.
And then in some of the other markets, are they also doing risk management as well? Or
Yes.
They are. Okay. But that's not the intent here.
That's correct.
Is there a reason why?
Well, because we understand that the risk management has to be managed by the licensed sports pool. And so to fit within the four corners of the Nevada Gaming Control Act, they're planning not to provide any risk management
Okay.
services.
So part of the commercial construct here is such that they can fit in and do whatever it is that they're allowed to do in Nevada without crossing the threshold of being an.
That's exactly right.
Okay. Commercially, I thought the agreement had said something about managing risk, however, in the agreement.
I think there may have been a little bit of confusion in the agreement. The intent was to say that they would provide information and advice regarding risk management, not actually perform risk management.
Okay, that's the intent. The
That's right.
agreement itself, though, am I incorrect in thinking that it did actually go beyond that, though?
I don't believe that the agreement that they have in Nevada goes beyond that. However, the IGT agreement that they may have nationwide may go beyond that because that would include other jurisdictions where they are able to do that.
Okay. So, and in terms of the future, then you kind of touched upon that, but let's go specifically to the Fremont then.
Mhm.
So the world now, as we just so I can put the pieces together in my head. Right now, they're providing a data feed for free through IGT's platform for the benefit of Boyd's operation.
That's right.
In the future, basically, it'll be the exact same thing. They're just going to monetize that and then also provide branding as well and additional advice in setting lines as well as part of their overall enterprise.
Yes. So right now they don't provide any advice or guidance regarding setting lines or risk management. So that's an additional function that's going to be added. Additionally, the line and odds feed that will be provided will be through the new upgraded IGT system, which will be customized to include some additional specifications. So those two elements would be additional, plus the share in gaming revenue, and as you mentioned, the co-branding arrangement.
Okay, so that'll have to come back through our lab anyway to get approval once we upgrade the system.
That's right.
But in terms of right now, the data feed they're providing, is that the sole source of setting lines right now that IGT uses? Because IGT's system somewhat modular. They also grab their own data and they can provide that service as well.
Yeah, so as far as FanDuel is aware, they know that that's one source of information that's used by IGT. I'm not aware whether Boyd and Fremont use any other sources of data or information in their current operations.
Fair enough. I guess that would be for them to discuss with us. Okay, but at this point, you're at least one of those data feeds that are being provided.
That's right.
If the report was written and when I was trying to digest it, it was only talking about Fremont. But if we're talking about Fremont, we can't just ignore the rest of the enterprise of Boyd because it's all one and the same. When you've got one line at one property, they're all the same, I assume, because there's no reason to ever do a different line for the different properties in the same company. So would it then be provided as a benefit for the entire enterprise in Nevada, right? And not just Fremont?
So the intent from the FanDuel perspective is to provide the line and odds feed solely for the purpose of the Fremont. However, of course, Boyd has access and their trading team could make decisions whether that's a source of data that they might use at other properties.
Okay.
FanDuel would not have the benefit of sharing in revenue from any of those other sports books.
Because of the approval that you're seeking today, they wouldn't be able to?
That's correct. The approval before you today is for a share in gaming revenue solely with the Fremont Sportsbook.
Okay, understood. Thank you. Okay. I think
Wonderful.
that's all I have right now on the front end.
Okay, wonderful. Well, thank you for that discussion. The next point that I would like to note for the sake of the record is that we have submitted a draft of the gaming compliance plan for administrative review and approval, subject, of course, to commission determination on this matter. The initial gaming compliance committee is intended to consist of 3 members, which would be Jonathan Hill, who's here today, Patrick O'Riordan, who is the Chief Legal Officer of Flutter, and then an independent member who will be knowledgeable on Nevada gaming law. That person is yet to be determined, but of course, at the appropriate time, we will submit those members for administrative acknowledgement by the board chair and designee.
Thank
As to a few other quick housekeeping matters before I turn to the company presentation. First, the executive secretary mentioned that there were certain withdrawals before you today. There were a few individuals who either left the company or changed positions during the course of the investigation, and that is the purpose for those withdrawals. We are not aware of any issues or areas of concern that came up in those individual applications before the point in time when the withdrawal was requested, and those are all noted on the agenda. Second, I would note that we have reviewed draft number 3 of the order of registration dated August 9th, and we believe it is in proper form. And also, I understand that there were 2 conditions that the board wished to consider. We have reviewed those, discussed those with staff, and provided comments. And I believe with those comments, those are in proper order. Happy to address those now or speak to those at the end of the presentation, whatever the board would like to do. Those are my initial affirmative remarks. I'm happy to take any questions on those points. Otherwise, I can turn it to the company presentation.
Okay, why don't we go through the individuals then next?
The individuals? Certainly, we can do that. If I could, I would like to start with Gary McGann. He is the chair of the board of directors for Flutter. Mr. McGann.
see the oldest member of the board as well. Very crippled. Good morning, Chair.
Welcome.
Good morning, members. My name is Gary McGann. I'm Chair of Flutter. I've been with the board, I'm in my 9th year. I've been chair for just over 8 years of various incarnations of Flutter, Paddy Power, Betfair, Stars Group, and FanDuel, and latterly we bought CSAT in Italy. My role is to run the board and to oversee the governance of the company in the context of the shareholders, the public shareholders in the 2 stock markets in which we are quoted. One is the London Stock Exchange, the FTSE, and the other is the Dublin Stock Exchange, the Euronext. My role in that of the board, vis-a-vis those shareholders, is to oversee and sign off on strategy of the company. B, to ensure we have the right executives in place to execute that strategy. C, to oversee the performance of the company. D, to ensure we have appropriate risk processes and risk understanding and risk mitigation, and with particular reference in our particular world to responsible and safer gambling. And E, that we have a culture in the organization that is supportive of that mindset, such that we sustain the company's success on behalf of both the shareholders, but indeed all its stakeholders. So that's my role, Chair, and happy to take any questions.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Distinguished background, and I have no further questions. I have no questions. My colleagues have any questions? Carlos?
Just real quick, how did you, good morning to you, sir.
Morning.
Thank you for being here today. How did you come to Flutter originally?
I was CEO of a company that lived 50 meters away from the Flutter headquarters, which I like to think is probably the simplest answer to that question. And two of the members of the board of Paddy Power approached me knowing that I was retiring as an executive in the following year, and that their chair was coming out of time. And so I joined the board as a non-executive in late 2015 and became chair in 2015.
Okay, that seems like an easy story. 50 meters away from the exact same
So you had lunch at the same spot. There you go.
I noticed you're on a number of boards here, so it's not as if you're retired. You just retired from executive, I guess, sort of
Correct.
roles here.
That's my aspiration, sir.
You're on 6 different boards, it seems, at this point.
Correct.
Some of them charitable. See, you have one here for underprivileged children in Ireland. You reside in Ireland, correct?
I do.
I'll have to get over there one of these days.
Very welcome.
As Chair Gibson said, there was no concerns on your background. But this is, of course, part of our process. So I appreciate you being here today. And I didn't have any further questions for you.
Thank you very much, member.
Good morning, Mr. McGann.
Morning.
I don't have any questions or concerns related to your background. It's very impressive, but thank you for being here today.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, if I could, I would like to bring up Peter Jackson to provide you his background.
Okay. Welcome. Mr. Jackson, please come step forward if you would. So tell us about yourself.
Good morning.
Cambridge grad.
Morning, Chair Gibson, members, Executive Secretary. I am a little bit like you, sir, in that I'm named by my middle name. So in case there's some confusion about whether I'm Jeremy or Peter, I'm both. But I've been known as Peter all my life. I live in the UK. I live in London, although I spend an enormous amount of time on aeroplanes traveling around the world. As you'll see when we talk about the company shortly, we're a very international business. And I am trying to spend as much time as I can out visiting the business. I have been working for sort of 20 years, 17 years of which have been in regulated industries. Spent 12 years working in financial services, in retail banking, and in running a business called Travelex, which is foreign exchange and payments. And the latter 5 years I've been running what we now call Flutter. The business was originally Paddy Power Betfair. We changed the company name and have undertaken a number of transactions over the years. I did actually, and you'll have seen this from my application, I joined the Betfair board in April 2013. So I've seen the evolution of the story from a non-executive position for the first 5 years and more latterly as the chief executive as we've rolled out and expanded our business here in the US.
You joined that board when?
In 2013.
13. Okay.
And immediately preceding this, you were in the financial industry, did you say?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
What was the motivation for the change?
I was a member of the board, and I was part of the recruitment process looking for the successor to Bjorn Corcoran, who was running the business at the time. And the company I was working for actually had been bought by some Americans. So it was one of those moments of serendipity where I needed to find a new job, and I hadn't met anyone in the process that I thought could do the job. So I had to have an awkward conversation with Gary and tell him I hadn't found anyone else, but I thought I could do it.
Understood. That makes sense.
So I've been asked, I was formerly the chief deputy of the gaming division and authored an opinion on DFS. And I just want to note for the record that FanDuel did comply and there were no challenges, no problems with FanDuel with regard to compliance. Thank you for
That's my understanding. Yeah.
that. Okay, any further questions?
Not in his background. I'm certain we'll probably have some questions on the operations as we go through or the presentation. We're gonna presumably go through here after we get through all the individuals. The background came back clean, so I had no concerns or questions on it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I would ask Jonathan Hill, the CFO, to come up.
Good morning, all. It's a pleasure to be here in front of the Nevada Gaming Board this morning. I'm Jonathan Hill. I'm CFO of the business. I'm originally economics grad, and then I became a qualified chartered accountant in the UK. I've worked in a whole range of industries, many of which are quite regulated. This is my third chief financial officer role. I was in a house builder. I was in an insurance and travel company. Obviously, that was regulated by the FCA as well. I joined Flutter, or Betfair as it was back in the day, in October 2018. Worked at Jackson. We've obviously seen a lot of change in that time. As Gary has pointed out, and the various guises we've come through, we're very focused on the regulated and regulating markets. Business, but that maybe more as a company. Personally, my role is, making sure that all the finances are controlled in a proper and appropriate fashion, reporting, making sure we have proper forecasting, and between Mr. Jackson and myself, one of our roles is capital allocation across the group and how we think about capital for our shareholders. I also run the area of tax, obviously, and we're very clear on our requirements and responsibilities. I'm heavily involved in M&A as well, particularly around things like the Stars Group deal, when we did that merger. And I obviously get the joy of doing investor relations, of spending a lot of time with our equity holders and our debt holders as well. So that's a range of my responsibilities as chief financial officer.
Wonderful. So you've got plenty of experience. That's good. No issues with the background. Any questions from my colleagues?
There were no areas of concern with regard to your background. So I don't have any concerns, but just out of curiosity, why the predilection for regulated industries?
I'd say I ended up there rather than necessarily choosing them, but there's a lot of industries that are regulated. So actually finding one that isn't regulated is probably more challenging than finding those that are. I've just happened to work in a lot of industries, even the travel industry. We ended up owning, the 7th largest airline in Europe. So there's all the regulations associated with that. As a house builder, you get all the health and safety regulations. So every industry in a way is regulated. Some are just regulated more than others.
Mm-hmm. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, I see you're with TUI. We used to utilize it. I spent a lot of time overseas myself, so I was residing over in Europe for a long time. So we'd use them frequently. In terms of your background, though, so you started with 2018 with Flutter. And since then, you guys have been quite active in acquisitions and so forth. So they're keeping you quite busy running models, running different opportunities, I imagine.
I would say we've been relatively busy over that period. Yes, yeah. That's correct.
Okay. Yeah, it seems like the company has completely changed from 2013.
And especially since sort of July 18, when FanDuel came into the group at that point. Obviously, the Paddy Bar Betfair merger just before that. So yeah, we've been through a lot of the change, and certainly we can talk about that as we go through the company presentation. adapted the structures and the organization and the way we run the business to take into consideration that we're not a small business, we're not a medium-sized business, we're a large global and international business, and that's the way we run the business.
Okay. Nope, no questions for me then. Thank you.
As the CFO, I just note that I'm impressed with your corporate governance structure. In particular, the way that you've incorporated your AML and anti-corruption policies and just compliance generally with your commercial team. I think that that's a best practice. So thank you for doing that.
Yeah, and one of the other things is when we merged with TSG, they were obviously SOX compliant. We didn't have to be in the UK and Irish and the stock exchange rules there, but I actually said to the team, let's go to SOX light and let's really up the control and process of business to really take the best of what we can get from SOX and maybe take out some things that are slightly less helpful to the company and just make sure we get a really robust control environment for the company.
And as far as where you're licensed and where you operate, all of these are legitimate. None of these are gray listed.
So there's three definitions for us of jurisdictions. There's regulated jurisdictions, there's black jurisdictions where it is illegal to operate, and there's gray jurisdictions, which includes a subset of not regulating and regulating. So most of our operations sit in the regulated environment. We'll be updating the market on Friday, actually, for our half-year results, and we'll be giving an update at that point on where we are in terms of our exposure to regulated markets, which is, I think we had said previously was in the 80s, and we said we'd move rapidly into the 90s%. Regulating markets, there's some big ones becoming regulated: Canada, Brazil, the Netherlands. So a lot of these markets which were unregulated, but it was not illegal to operate, are now moving into that regulated status. We do not operate in black markets. We do not operate where it is illegal. We do, however, operate where it is not illegal to operate because there is currently no regulation or legislation to either regulate it or make it illegal. So those are the only markets in which we'd be willing to operate. We have a very robust process in our international division in particular to undertake country risk assessments on all the jurisdictions in which we operate. And actually, post-merger with the STARS Group, we did a very, very robust process and switched off in a series of markets that we did not feel that we were comfortable operating in at that time, which were markets that we inherited from the operations of TSG business. So we feel it's a very robust process to ensure that we are operating legally everywhere. We're not operating illegal in many markets, but that is going to become a very, very small percentage of our business going forwards.
Thank you for that explanation.
When did you cease operations in China and the Philippines?
We, as Flutter, never operated in China. And when we did the merger with TSG, we ensured that we were not operating at all in China at any point.
And when was that?
The merger took place on May 2020.
May 2020. But they were operating in China.
There were operations. There were very, very limited operations in other jurisdictions in Asia, and we ensured that we were not operating in any jurisdictions that we felt it was not legal to operate in, where it was illegal to operate.
Okay, may come back to that later. But okay, thank you.
So I think I know the answer then. So in your estimation, offering online wagering in any way, shape, or form, iGaming, sports betting, et cetera, in China, in your estimation, would be illegal.
It is our risk assessment that we are unwilling to operate that as a company. That is my answer.
Okay, I'll take that.
It sits outside my personal risk threshold.
Fair enough. Everybody has a different threshold.
Myself and the board are all very aligned on our risk threshold when it comes to that.
And I did want to ask about that just with respect to your cohesiveness and harmonization and consistency throughout the organization, from executive compliance committee, a Flutter, down to the FanDuel sort of compliance operations too, and how that gels together and how you ensure consistency there. But before I get into that, one other question. As part of your risk assessments, as you're doing your acquisition exercises, I imagine then when you're looking at a target, you're then determining what markets they're going into and saying, we're going to have to switch off these 8, and therefore the investment is therefore only worth X as a result thereof. So that's part of the process.
Absolutely. We looked at a company 4 years ago and we did a risk assessment on the regulatory risk sitting around the multi-jurisdictions in which that company operated. We decided not to acquire that company on that basis, and one of our listed competitors did acquire that company, and a lot of those regulatory risks came to bear, and I don't think it was a particularly profitable and value creating opportunity in the end, but I think our teams have got most of the companies we're trying to buy are leaders in their local single jurisdictions, because we're trying to get these sort of local hero brands. And I know Peter Jackson and I will speak more about this as we talk about the company. They're often single jurisdictions. So, CSAL actually has 3 or 4 jurisdictions, but they're all legal, but it's primarily an Italian focused business. Our Georgian business is very focused on Georgia and Armenia, where there's very regulated businesses. So there's a lot of that. Our focus is really on these local heroes. So we don't tend to have something that's operating in 8, 10, 15 jurisdictions. That doesn't tend to occur other than the Stars deal, where it was clearly a bigger merger of 2 large companies.
Okay, thank you. And I'll have some further questions as we do the tour of the world, I think, that you guys have in your presentation.
Sure.
All right, wonderful. Thank you very much.
One more question.
Oh, sorry.
I assume I would expect you wouldn't list it, but I expect that you will not be found in violation of U.S. sanctions of Russia through OFAC or any other sanctions. So you haven't operated there.
We have a very robust compliance process in all of our markets. We have very clear screening processes in all of our markets. We switched off in Russia very quickly post the events that occurred, the terrible events. So I am very clear that our processes are incredibly robust in regards to this.
Thank you.
Next, I would like to introduce you to Ed Trainer, the General Counsel and Secretary for Flutter.
Morning, Chair and
Welcome.
members and Executive Secretary. My name is Ed Trainer. I'm the Group General Counsel and Group Company Secretary of Flutter. I'm an Irish qualified lawyer, having studied law at UCD and DePaul University in Chicago. Following my time at university, I qualified as a lawyer in Dublin, in an international firm in Dublin. And after some period in private practice, I made the move to industry and worked in a number of roles in Vodafone Ireland, a telecommunications company in Ireland, culminating in being their general counsel and director of regulatory. And I was in that role for 8 years until moving to Paddy Power PLC, as it then was, in 2015. In my role, I'm responsible for the legal function, reporting into Portugal Reardon, the Chief Legal Officer, and the Group Company Secretarial function, working very closely with the Chair, Gary McGann. Gary's outlined some of the role. It's consistent with that. It's ensuring that the company complies with, in the role of company secretary, that the company complies with laws, regulations, particularly listing rules and listing requirements associated with our dual listings. I'm also responsible for governance across the group, including the PLC board, but importantly as well, subsidiaries. And the relevance of that for today is that I sit as a director of some of the material subsidiaries around the group, including the subsidiaries that are applying for the license today.
Okay. So let's see here. Just 1 second. So you said you trained in Chicago as well?
I studied for 1 year, 1 academic year in DePaul University in Chicago.
DePaul? Okay. Okay. I don't have any further questions. Either of you?
Is that your neck of the woods?
I've undergrad at University of Chicago.
Yeah, close. No, again, similar theme. No issues came back on your background, came back clean. Maybe we're not getting good information out of Ireland, but at least our reports are suggesting.
It's a small country, you'd find out pretty soon.
Yeah, I imagine so. No, thank you for your presentation here today. I don't have any questions for you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
I don't have any questions or concerns either.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Now I would like to introduce you to Paul Cutter, the Chief Information Officer of Flutter.
Okay.
Secretary.
Good morning, Mr. Cutter. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm the Group Chief Information Officer for Flutter Group. I've had a 25-year career working in technology. I originally joined Betfair as the Chief Technology Officer in 2014. And then when Betfair merged with Paddy Power in 2016, I became the Chief Technology Officer of the combined entity, and then became the Group Chief Information Officer Flutter in 2018. As you'll see from our presentation, we develop technology in a number of businesses around the world. My role as Group Chief Information Officer is to ensure that the technology we develop interoperates and works effectively between our different businesses and our brands so we get the most benefit of our scale. So I spend a lot of my time talking to the Chief Technology Officers of businesses, including FanDuel and other parts to ensure that what we do works together and that we have a long-term technology strategy that meets the growth needs of the business.
So you have a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering and then a doctoral degree, doctorate, PhD in mechanical engineering.
That's correct, yes.
And transitioning from mechanical engineering to say EE or something, or even computer engineering.
Yes, I did a lot of software engineering as part of my doctoral research, and at the end of it, I realized I enjoyed the software engineering more than the mechanical engineering. So that's the switch. And plus, the job prospects in the UK were better at the time as well in IT.
Do all the various chief technology officers of the business units then report directly into you?
No, they don't. They report to the chief executive officers of those business units, and then they have a dotted line into me. So we work as a team and meet regularly to share common issues and interests.
But then you have your own separate team as well. From
I do. I have a
perspective.
small team of people who work for me. About 65 people work directly for me.
But at the end of it, all the different products and platforms that you have with your various business entities, it's your role in order to make sure you have cohesiveness throughout the empire, or the enterprise, I should say.
Yes.
Okay.
Any further questions from the chair?
No questions or concerns for me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now I would like to introduce Amy Howe, the CEO of FanDuel.
Good morning, Chair Gibson,
Welcome,
Member
Ms. Howe.
Casaros, and Member Watkins. I'm Amy Howe, the Chief Executive Officer of FanDuel. Give you a little bit of my background. I joined FanDuel in February of 2021. And prior to that, I was running the North American division of Ticketmaster, which is owned by Live Nation Entertainment. And then prior to that was a partner at McKinsey & Company, where I spent almost 15 years. And then I grew up in Buffalo, New York. In terms of my responsibilities as CEO of FanDuel, a number of things. One is setting the strategy for the company, making sure we're directing our resources and capital that that we allocate to the business in an appropriate and responsible manner. Second is managing the performance of the business as a publicly traded company. And then I spend quite a bit of my time making sure that we're building the best leadership team and organization that we can. I think it was alluded earlier around it is a competitive talent market right now. And so building a really high performing team and a culture is important as my role as CEO and a significant part of how I spend my time. And then since we're still very much in the early days of legalizing sports betting in the U.S., myself and our leadership team also spend a significant amount of time making sure that we're leading around responsible gaming, and I'm happy to talk to a bit more about that in the presentation.
Any questions?
Any initial thoughts on your entrance into the gaming industry?
It's been the most rewarding chapter of my professional career, that's for sure. And interestingly, leverages a lot of my learnings having come from Ticketmaster, running a big technology company. So it's been a really rewarding experience so far.
What was the nexus or the connection that brought you over to FanDuel?
To FanDuel, listen, FanDuel is growing so quickly right now. If you go back to when PASPA was repealed in 2018, the growth of the company has been quite phenomenal. And so, I come in both having run a big tech company before, but also professionalizing and maturing an organization, which is really what the company was looking for at the time. I also happened to be at the time, as you can imagine, I was in the middle of the pandemic, and so live entertainment was effectively shut down for the time being. So as I transitioned my company, and we were kind of waiting really to come back to live entertainment, it was a great opportunity for me professionally to step into this role.
And you reside in LA, I believe?
That's correct.
Warmer than Buffalo.
It's a lot warmer than Buffalo, but we are Buffalo Bills fans.
No, your background came back clean as well. I didn't have any other questions for you right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So you mentioned that this has been one of the most rewarding chapters of your life. Why is that?
A couple of reasons. One is I'm very grateful to be stepping into a leading position in the U.S. and being supported by Flutter, which is the global leader in online gaming. So I appreciate and understand that that's a bit of a privilege. I love building high performing organizations. That's really what I did at Ticketmaster, and I have an opportunity to do that again. Part of what drew me to FanDuel in the first place is it has an unbelievable culture and a really high integrity management team. And so knowing I was coming into that, but also having the opportunity to continue to grow and nurture that culture was exciting for me.
Okay, interesting. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything further for this evening?
Thank you.
Thank you.
And last but not least, I would like to ask Andy Giancamilli, the COO of FanDuel, to come up.
Please.
Thank you. Good morning.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Andrew Giancamilli. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at FanDuel Group. Been with FanDuel since 2015 in various capacities. Right now, I oversee our customer service operations, our payments and fraud team, data and analytics, strategy, and our technology teams for our U.S. operations. Prior to that, I did a couple stints in retail, worked at Toys R Us right before I joined FanDuel. And prior to that, I was a management consultant also at McKinsey.
So you've got some turnaround experience.
Tried to turn around Toys R Us.
Okay. Any questions for?
You're from Michigan?
I am. I
I'm from
understand
Michigan as
there's
well.
a Spartan and an Eagle. So we
Go
have
team.
basically every college covered in Michigan here.
I was a Huron originally, by the way.
Oh, were you? Okay. All right.
But you went to U of M though.
I did. I'm sorry. Apologies, Mr. Watkins. But my mother was a Spartan. So there. Yeah.
Okay.
No Eagle.
I have cousins and my aunt. All so.
Pedigree is not important to us at all.
Wyandottes right down by E-Course, right?
It is.
By the Great Lakes Steel down there?
Yes.
Okay. My dad worked for 36 years. So
Great. I used to row at a E-Course rowing club every morning.
Okay. Background came back clean. I didn't have any questions on your background.
No questions or concern for me either.
Everything looks good in your background. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
That concludes the presentation of the individual applicants. So if you would like, I can go ahead and have the company presentation begin.
Let's do that.
Wonderful. All right, and I will have Peter Jackson come up first. Thank you.
Thank you. So I know you've received a copy of this presentation and you're all very good at assimilating information. So I'm not going to drain every slide. Otherwise we'll be here all day. But this first page that we're on, the snapshot of Flutter, you can see we are a very global business. You can see the principal locations have been marked on this map. We had sorry, we just go back. So we had at the end of the first half of this year, 18,000 people working for us, around 5,000 people in technology. From a diversity perspective, 36% of our colleagues across the group are female. We have 31% of our leadership roles are female, and 22% of our tech roles are female. The board of directors, you've met Gary and myself, and the rest of the board have laid out. And here you can see that our board is made up of just over 40% of the members of the board are female.
If I could stop you real quick on the first slide, then all the different flags that we're seeing on there, those are all your different corporate offices then?
Yeah, it's not every single one. It's the major ones.
Understood.
If there's any, are there any questions around the board and the governance? I mean, we're trying to sort of provide details on here so you can see which of the different board subcommittees the board members sit on, but I think it's all relatively straightforward.
Just 1 second. I just want to take a look. No, not just yet for me.
So the executive committee structure is effectively my reporting team. So you can see how the business is organised. We'll come on and talk in a moment about the 4 divisions, but essentially we run a very federal structure in Flutter. So each of these CEOs are set up to have all of the sort of infrastructure, resources, and capabilities that they need to be able to run their own division. So, you could relatively easily sort of snip them off and let them run on a sort of standalone basis. There are some things that we share across the globe, but principally, I think it's important that we give each of the divisions their own resources, and then those of us who sit in the centre of the group, such as Paul, who you just met, are there really to help sort of coordinate and identify specific things we want to collaborate on across our divisions.
If I look at the structure right here, though, so I see UK, Ireland. I see Miss Howe for, say, North America. I see a Mr. Evans for Sportsbet, but presumably Australia.
That's right.
And then we have international. What does international encompass then? Everything else?
So if we turn to the next page.
Oh, thank you. I've not gone through this yet.
No problem. We'll be able to answer that question. So you can see, Mr. Grant Connor runs our UK and Ireland division, and we have 4 principal brands operating in that market: Sky Betting and Gaming, Tombola, which is a bingo brand, Betfair, and Paddy Power. Mr. Evans runs our business in Australia, where we just operate with the Sportsbet brand in that market. You've met Amy, who runs our business here in the US, which covers both FanDuel and TVG as the principal brands operating in the market. And then Dan runs what we in the UK call international. So it's basically everything that isn't in the UK or Australia or America. One of the things we've realized when we speak to our American investors is they think about everything that's not in America as international. So everyone always takes their own point of view. But for Dan, the principal markets in which we are operating that business in are, so you can see the PokerStars brand. That's a very, very well known sort of on a global basis. And the major markets there around sort of Canada and Brazil.
Adjournment is Georgia.
Adjournment is our business in Georgia, which is Eastern Europe rather than the American Georgia. Junglee is a business that's the number 2 rummy operator in India, and then Betfair operates in a number of sort of legacy markets around the world as well.
Foxbet, is that just the US?
So Foxbet is our is a business which is principally actually made up of the PokerStars business here operating in the US, and there's we have a very small sports business as well. Trades
in Sportsbet, you said is the brand in Oz. That's just the brand that's been there, a legacy brand that's been there for decades, right?
Well, Australia has an interesting sort of regulatory history. So there was a regulated monopoly in the Australian market that was called the TAB. And they were the only people able to offer, and it's based on sort of pari-mutuel wagering. There's no in-play betting, so there were very tight restrictions. And with the advent of the internet, some corporate bookmakers started operating, somewhat in a sort of grey zone. The government then chose to regulate the corporate bookmaking sector, and Paddy Power then stepped in and bought a business, which was a very small operator. Called Sportsbet, which we've then grown to be the market leader over the years.
Did I read that you guys were actually supplying data feeds into Tabcorp, or was that not accurate?
We I'm not aware that but I think we acquire some data feeds from Tabcorp, and we have some data rights as well, some streaming rights for them in Australia as well.
Maybe it was earlier Paddy Power then.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that we acquire any data rights from anywhere else in the world. It's possible. I'm going to hand over to Jonathan now, who'll take you through the next couple of pages, cover the plans.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if I can just take your attention to the top left-hand side here, I think this is trying to show the diversification of the business, a little pie chart. So you can see that UK and I, this is the 2021 financial year data. 35% of our revenues came from UK and I, Australia 21, international 20, and the US 23. We'll be showing this pie again in the half-year results. So in 2 weeks' time, when we come back again, this pie will be a slightly different shape. Amy's managing to expand the black pie quite significantly, and we're getting a really good global balance. And as we bring in CSAL, we'll see that international pie. So we get a really nice spread of our revenues generated from different geographies, which gives us that sort of portfolio benefit of diversification of risk. On the right-hand side, the numbers, we've lost one, but I'll give you the numbers. I'll turn them into dollars. So our market cap, I think, is currently about $20 billion because we just had a bit of an uplift in the last week. Our revenues are just over $7 billion in 2021. Our EBITDA was 1.4 billion, excluding the US losses, because we're still investing to grow that business and acquire customer base. And then, at the end of last year, we had 17,000 employees. It was 18 at the half year, and then with CSAL coming in, we're now over 20,000 employees at this point. I think underpinning this, and Peter's going to talk a lot about this in the first bullet, is the underpinning everything we do is the safer gambling angle of how do we create a safe, responsible, and sustainable business, sustainable for our customers, sustainable for our shareholders, sustainable for everybody involved, sustainable for our employees as well, because they have a big desire to work in a business that actually is doing the right thing by the customer. We've got some amazing brands with huge brand awareness, be it FanDuel, Sportsbet, Paddy Power, Sky Bet, PokerStars. These are fantastic, innovative brands, and we've done a lot of evolving our own products, innovating, and bringing our own technology to bear globally across business. And then this is just I'm stealing a bit of Amy's thunder, which I'm sure she won't be very happy about, but I am. So our average number of players within the US, you can see in 2021, on an average basis across the months, we had 1.6 million players on our platform in the US, and the revenues reached $1.9 billion in 2021. That would put us significantly ahead of all of the other players in the market, around 50% bigger than our next competitor. So we have a very strong position in the markets in which we operate across the US. On the right-hand side, we have this concept of gold medals being a sporting business, a sporting heritage. So we have a lot of gold medals in terms of our GGR, in terms of quantity, and our GGR market share, our gross gaming market share. And you can see there on this graph for 2021, second half, we got a lot of, looks a bit yellow, but it is supposed to be gold medal positions. So leadership positions in each of those markets in terms of market share. We get a 1 silver and 2 bronze. I think we'll be updating this graph as we go forwards, and it's a very positive position for the business at this stage. And at this point, I will hand back to Peter Jackson, unless there's any questions at this point.
Actually, I wanted to follow up real quick with you on the operations in China and Philippines. So it was a company that you acquired, correct, that operated in China and the Philippines?
We undertook a merger with the Stars Group which was announced in November 2019 and completed in May 2020. I have no knowledge of any operations in the Philippines, so I can't comment on that question. We believe that the TSG, the Stars Group, had a legal opinion that they had a structure which enabled them to do a small amount of activity through a structure which made that legal. We decided that legal advice was not one that we would sign up to, and we immediately switched it off the day that the merger transpired.
So if it was not Stars Group, is that what you're saying? Is that
yes, it was within the Stars Group, within the PokerStars business. there was a structure which had been signed off by the compliance committee of the group that would enable them to have taken a small amount of revenue from China. I think it was in its infancy, and as soon as we merged, we switched it off immediately.
And what about the Philippines? Did they have?
I have no knowledge of any business in the Philippines personally, so I can't comment. If there would have been, we would have switched it off, but it was not one that sprung to mind. We were having a discussion very early about China before the merger happened to make sure that that was shut off on day one post-merger.
Okay, so at no point in time was it Flutter that was operating?
I can assure you that we were not operating in China.
Okay, thank you.
So this page lays out our strategy. We describe our strategy as having 4 pillars. You can see them laid out on the page here. And as Jonathan just alluded to, we talk about the sort of sporting vernacular, which is why we refer to gold medals. And you can see that we want to grow our gold medal positions in our core markets. So for us, our core markets are the UK, Ireland, and Australia. I think as a business that's trying to do things internationally, expand overseas, it's important that you continue to grow and invest in your business at home. Otherwise, I'm not sure what it is, what capabilities you're really able to take overseas. The second piece for us is about investing to win in the US. So, we actually started investing to build out a product for the US market in January 2018, so well before PASS was repealed, because we were operating TVG here in the US, and we recognized the potential if the market had and did legalize, and we'd bought a business draft. So we've always had a firm eye on the American market, and we've been investing hard to build up that leadership position that Jonathan's talked about, and Amy will give us more information about. And then the third pillar, you can see at the top here, which is building on our network and invest for leadership positions across international markets. This is the fact that we, as a business, we need more scale. So like all digital businesses, scale is important for us. But it isn't just scale on a global basis. You also need to have scale in local markets. There's actually different countries have different interests in sports, and they have different broadcasting regimes, and they have different regulatory approaches. And so if you take Australia, for example, where they watch a different form of sort of rugby to the rugby we watch in England, and they have their own unique regulations around sports betting. And so in when we think about international markets, places like Georgia or Canada or Brazil, they manifest themselves in different ways. And so we have to make sure we can tailor ourselves to those specific requirements, the media requests, and the sports or gaming that's available in those markets. So that's our third pillar. The final bit here is about taking early positions to realize potential in future spaces. So this is just us trying to think about what the opportunities are to grow and support our core businesses, the sports betting and gaming businesses in the future. And one area that we would sort of call out would be sort of thinking about what's happening around sort of esports, or you could potentially talk about the stuff that we're doing in the metaverse. So we actually have a product called Poker VR, which operates on the Oculus platform, where consumers can play poker with each other for it's not real money poker, but it's for fun, and people spend money buying wigs and cigars and sheep and all sorts of things which they keep in their metaverse. So that's sort of thinking about for the future. The next piece though, which I think is very relevant and is something which has been a real passion for mine over the last 5 years, is what we describe as our positive impact plan. I think we have always been very focused on trying to sort of engineer a race to the top in being very progressive about things like responsible gambling. It's something that's very dear to our hearts. We want to make sure we build a sustainable business that's right for our customers and our colleagues. And one of the things that we found was that we actually hadn't done a particularly good job of packaging together the aspects of that we had in place in the business. And so I'll talk to you about that in a moment. The other enablers, though, in our business are our scale, speed, products and technology and customer insights and data. Yeah, I think that the technology piece should stand on its, you understand what that sort of stands for, but the investments we make in technology to keep our products at the forefront of what our customers need is something that's very important to us. We think if you look at any one of our markets where we're winning, it's because we have the best products available for our customers, and that's built on having great technology. It's also very important that we can utilize our sort of customer insights and data to help us understand what it is that customers want and deliver it for them. And the scale and speed points, Jonathan referenced, and I referenced the number of things that we've been able to do as a business. We are in a very fast moving and growing industry, and we have to make sure that we can respond in an agile and fast way and not act and behave as an incumbent would do and be overtaken. So we like to think of ourselves as having the mindset of a challenger, even whilst we have the scale of a leader. On the next slide, we can just we bring out some of the details of our positive impact plan, and this is really trying to codify and pull together a lot of the great initiatives that we were doing within the business. Typically, we like to talk about what we've done rather than trying to paint as a picture of what we hope we might do one day. And actually, we found a way of sort of framing a lot of the great stuff we're doing under 3 pillars in our positive impact plan of play well, work better, and do more. And if you look on the following page, you can see what our goals are that we set ourselves. And this is building on a lot of work and initiatives that we're doing in the business. And Amy will talk to you about how she's activating this in the US market. But this is looking at it from a Flutter perspective. In play well, we want to make sure that by 2030, 75% of our customers are using a play well tool. And actually, when we come back in a couple of weeks' time, I can share with you the updates we'll be giving the market in terms of the progress we're making against that objective. But we're very pleased with the progress that we're making. Working better is very important to us. A focus on diversity, and it's ensuring that 40% of top leadership roles will be held by women by the end of 2026. We want to make sure that our teams are representative of the locations in which we live and work in, and we think that that first diversity goal is an important one. And we also need to do more in the local communities in which we operate. So we've set ourselves the goal of improving the lives of 10 million people using the power of sport and play and the skills of our colleagues. So the concept here of getting our colleagues across the world to invest and support their local communities. Now, we are a digital business, and so we don't have a particularly large, complex supply chain. And so, for us, the environment is still important, but it's not as a fundamental part of what we do. So, we are not a very large emitter of carbon, but it is very important for us. And we want to make sure that we move all of our energy to renewable tariffs and have made a commitment to the UN pledge to net zero as well.
Does your diversity plan include other aspects of diversity? I see you mentioned women. Are there other points about your diversity program you want to highlight?
Yeah, look, we have a very comprehensive diversity, equity, and inclusion program across our business. And so, when I look at, we've established this advocacy program. So actually, here today, Amy is responsible and the sort of lead advocate for me around gender diversity. Paul is actually thinking about sort of access, so thinking about how we ensure that we can support colleagues who may not have full physical abilities. We also have people, someone on my team is looking at the issues around LGBT rights and stuff like that for people. So we're trying to be very comprehensive in the way that we look at this. It's to start with, we set ourselves this goal around gender diversity.
Thank you.
I'm going to stop here and hand over to Amy. So if there's any questions on my aspects of the presentation.
Thank you, Peter. I'll spend the next few minutes just going into a bit more detail, elaborating on what Peter and Jonathan have already shared. So FanDuel, as Peter mentioned, is right now we're the leader in online gaming. We have a #1 position at Sportsbook. In Q2, we were just about 50% of the market, and we have a #3 position in casino. Just to give you a sense of how the company operates, we have in the US, we have 3 different offices. We have New York, Los Angeles, and we just opened up a terrific new office in Atlanta to really diversify from a product and tech perspective. So those are 3 offices. We have about a little over 2,500 employees, growing by the day. And in terms of our overall diversity stats, we're just about 30% female and close to 40% in underrepresented populations. Retail has always been a very important part of our strategy in the US. Today, we currently operate in conjunction with our partners, a great partner with Boyd, about 26 different retail locations. Half of those are Boyd and half are with non-Boyd properties or market access partners. And as alluded earlier in the presentation, typically the market access partners operating the sportsbook, and we're providing subject matter expertise around setting the odds and pricing and risk management. This is my management team. Incredibly proud of this management team. It represents, we have a number of folks, including Christian, Andy, who you heard from today, and Mike, who have been with the company for quite some time, since 2015. So they were around in the early daily fantasy sports days, and many of them, Christian in particular, are really responsible for the regulated industry as we know it today around online sports betting and gaming. So he's been quite instrumental in that. So we have folks who have been around for many years and have great pattern recognition around the industry and how to operate in a regulated environment in the US. And then I've also brought in a number of folks who are deep subject matter experts in their functional areas. So Andy Shea, who just came over as Chief Technology Officer, Trisha, who's my Chief People Officer, came over from Amex, Carolyn Renson, who's outstanding, and I'll talk a little bit more about what we're doing in the risk and compliance and responsible gaming, came over from JP Morgan, Sarah from Groupon and the travel industry, and then John and Asaf are the 2 very deep subject matter experts in their respective areas, running the sportsbook and the casino business, respectively.
Real quick, Christian, he's the president. Christian.
Yeah, so Christian was formerly the Chief Legal Officer, and he was recently promoted to President. So we've expanded his remit most recently.
But I would add, just for the sake of the record, he is not a formal officer as president. Instead, that role would fall with Ms. Howe and Mr. Giancamilli, which is why he's not before you today.
Which is why I looked at you, because I knew you
Correct,
probably
yes.
knew what I was doing.
Why you're asking the
Thank you,
question.
Eric. Okay, so that's why, right? Because I didn't see him in any of the other materials.
Correct. And then this is our, FanDuel has had, since the very early days, a set of core principles. And I think many of us have been in companies that have these. The reason I put these in here is it's a big part of what drew me to the company, but I can tell you our leadership team and our organization lives these on a day-to-day basis. I won't go through all of them, but suffice to say that this is and feedback I heard when I came into the organization unsolicited from partners that we work with. It's a very high integrity, humble, hardworking culture, and that's a big part of, as I alluded in my introduction, part of my role as CEO is to make sure I can maintain that as we grow. Peter alluded to Flutter's positive impact plan. I was incredibly excited when we rolled this out last year because it gave, I think it's a terrific construct that each of the divisional CEOs and regions can work within. And I'm incredibly proud of what we're doing here. I really do believe we are leading the industry. And let me just try to elaborate on a few of these. So on the play well front, which is really around our responsible gaming, and I think I alluded to this in my introduction. As the CEO of the largest online gaming company in the US, I know that we have to manage this responsibility for the long-term viability of not just our company, but the industry. And there's a significant amount we're doing here. We have a very sizable responsible gaming organization. If you look at my risk and compliance team that is spending waking up every day, building tools and making sure we can manage this appropriately. We just launched our first responsible gaming advertising campaign. So we're really putting our money where our mouth is on this and really tilting our resources to make sure that not only are we, raising awareness around the FanDuel brand, but we're educating consumers as they come online. We've done a significant amount just around educating and working with. We have an ambassador, a gentleman named Craig Carson, who has a well-documented challenge in this. And so he's one of our spokesperson that is going out and trying to reach that, especially that younger male audience, to make sure that we can educate. And I'm delighted to say one of the things that we're going to be hosting in September is our first inaugural Play Well Day, where we're bringing our entire organization together for half a day to really make sure people understand and we can contextualize what we're doing in this. So very proud of that. We also work closely with the leagues, right? We partner with the NFL, the NBA, the biggest leagues in the world, and so it's important for them as well to protect their brands. So a lot going on there that I'm really proud of. On the work better pillar, as you can imagine, as one of the only female CEOs in the sector, this is something that is incredibly important to me, not just gender diversity, but diversity of all kinds. If you look at my C-suite, 50% are represented by women today, and this is something I'm very proud that I did at Ticketmaster as well as, and again, not just around gender diversity, but really being able to bring diversity in thought and representation into the organization, in large part because I know it builds a higher performing organization. As I mentioned, we opened the Atlanta office. There's a lot that we're doing to make sure that we can expand and broaden our pipeline. And Atlanta's been a great source of new talent for us there. And we're investing in great employee programs, right? We have employee resource groups that of many different types, women in technology, and a lot of the programs that Peter talked about that that are important to our employees. It's an important part of making sure that we can give back, but also build a really high performing organization. And then on the community front, just a couple of weeks ago, we hosted a summer service day across 7 different cities. I was at the Los Angeles Food Bank, but we partnered up with local charities in each of our different cities and have contributed quite a bit, both in terms of time and monetarily. So very proud of what we're doing here. And candidly, this is really just the start. But I think the framework that Flutter provided us has been terrific for us to operationalize this in the U.S.
If I look at your executive team here, you talked about, we on an earlier slide, it was mentioned number 1 in sports, number 3 in iGaming or casino, DFS. Whose remit does that fall under? Obviously, it falls under yours, but does that fall under the SVP of sports?
Great question. Yes. So if you, sorry, go back to the slide. So that falls under John Griffin right now. So he has responsibility for online sports betting and our daily fantasy sports business because it's important for those businesses to work together.
And is there any narrative or do you want to offer on the DFS side? I know there's basically only 2 main players in that area. I can understand it's of lesser importance to the group as well these days. But if you could share what's going on in that world.
Yeah, it's a great question. So we have a number 2 position in the DFS business. It's still a very important part of our business. If you look at the U.S. regulatory landscape right now, 35% of the population is residing in states that have been legalized for sports betting. So our fantasy sports platform gives customers an opportunity to engage in a great product if you're not in one of those states. So it's still a very important part of our business. And as Peter alluded, one of the things that we've done very well in building our scale is doing that in a very efficient way. And so DFS has given us an opportunity to responsibly convert some of those users over to our online sports betting business.
Yeah, as Chair Gibson was mentioning earlier, it seemed you guys were good corporate citizens here and weren't in violation in Nevada. As a spectator back then, I was in different roles myself, watching what was happening throughout the states. It seemed as if the likes of FanDuel at that point and your competitors were being quite aggressive in their approach. I thought in their posture and in looking at everything as somewhat gray. Frankly, we'll stop once we're told to stop. I know you guys did that. It doesn't seem there's anything outstanding in that regard. Is that accurate in terms of any, suits or fights with states or law complaints or what have you.
That is accurate. And this obviously predated me, but
Certainly.
but yes, that is accurate.
Yeah, I understand. I didn't want to put that on your shoulders, but just watching as a spectator at that point, I mean, everybody seems to be a little aggressive in this area, at least for my risk tolerances. I'm talking about risk tolerance earlier.
No, and I can tell you, Christian and our entire legal and risk team takes the exact same posture that Jonathan articulated as it relates to how we approach these things.
So in terms of your overall financial picture for North America, at least, you say it's important, but monetarily, is it significant still? And I don't need to
The
put a
two
number.
biggest growth drivers of the business are sportsbook and casino.
And so is DFS then more of a player acquisition type of tool?
That's exactly right. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. And in a way, as I said, in those states where sports betting in particular has not been legalized, there's a lot of people that don't want to, fortunately, participate in the black market, and so this gives them a safe platform by which they can do that. Okay. I know this was alluded to, but let me just try to elaborate a little bit more on how the partnership with Boyd will work in Nevada. First of all, Boyd has been just an outstanding partner. Keith Smith and his entire team have been a great partner to us over the years. As I alluded, we currently operate, it's actually 13 retail sportsbook across 6 different states with Boyd. So we're coming into this with significant pattern recognition around how this works already. And as alluded, FanDuel and what we are aspired to do is redevelop and rebrand that sportsbook in the Fremont Hotel and Casino. We will utilize the FanDuel sportsbook brand, but the way I think about it is each of us are bringing our best strengths and expertise to the table. So Boyd will be operating the sportsbook, and then, as discussed earlier, FanDuel will be providing information and subject matter expertise as it relates to trading, setting the odds and prices, and risk management. And then I think also as discussed earlier, obviously there'll be a revenue share associated with operating that retail sportsbook together. These are just a couple of different visuals, beautiful historical Fremont Hotel and Casino. And I know the Boyd team is hard at work right now renovating that, which should be ready by late 2022. So I think it'll be a great experience for consumers, state-of-the-art sportsbook with, opportunity for close to 80 different consumers to watch live events on high definition video walls. And as discussed earlier as well, that wagering is going to be provided by Boyd. There'll be 4 different windows and 7 self-service kiosks.
As a player, what can I expect then? If we're just talking about Fremont, are we going to see a world where we're going to have a FanDuel branded app as well as a Boyd app, separate and distinct for players?
Thank you for the question. Member Katsaros, the intent is not to bring in the FanDuel app at this time. There may be a future time when the app might be brought in. So immediately the app will continue to appear to the patron as it does today. The retail book will be branded with the FanDuel.
Okay, so as a patron, I'm going to go into the book and I have my app. It's still going to be branded as Boyd currently brands, but the book itself will be look and feel like FanDuel.
That's right. Correct. That's right.
And then finally, just a bit more information on, I think Peter alluded very well to, we have a global risk and trading organization, and then I have a risk and trading organization in the US that works very closely with that. So what that means is it gives me an opportunity to really tap into decades of pattern recognition and expertise that we ultimately bring to our partners. So in terms of how the odds are determined and how prices are set, and importantly, how we manage risk as an organization. It's not just a few years of operating in the US, but we're pulling on a lot of that expertise from global, which I think gives us certainly gives our partners confidence, but also has given us a competitive edge in the US as well. So there's a couple of pictures of our organization. It's a really special part of the organization. They're a very impressive group. I think that's it for the formal presentation. Happy to take whatever questions you have.
If you don't mind, could we just talk about your organization in terms of your compliance then? You have Ms. Renzen, I think you just brought on or promoted.
Just promoted.
Just
So she's been with the organization for a couple of years. She came over from JP Morgan. And she's done a phenomenal job of both growing and really professionalizing that risk and compliance organization. We're probably well over, can get the exact numbers for you, but well over 100 individuals in that part of the organization that are working with the regulators, both in terms of opening up new states, but importantly, obviously, there's a lot of back and forth that happens state by state within each of the jurisdictions as we operate more both sports betting and iGaming markets. So she's done a really fantastic job.
So Mr. Jackson was mentioning earlier, so you have self-contained business units that are able to basically stand up and operate on their own. That works great. For me, that's personally the way to do things. However, when we talk about compliance now, there can be a concern from my perspective whether there's any breaks or disjoints between corporate compliance and the business units, right? Everybody's got to be in sync with what the mothership is demanding. So how does that work from your business unit, and how are you managing your compliance unit? And how does that compliance unit then report up and interact and receive direction and or they're told exactly what our risk tolerance is and how we're supposed to be operating? Can you talk to me about
Yeah, it's a great question. And I would say so it starts at the group or the Flutter level, right, where we have effectively a global risk and compliance committee that we have individuals that are part of that. So I participate in those, Carolyn participates in those. And a big part of what we're doing is making sure that we're learning from any of the insights that from some of the more mature markets, but at the same time, we're aligned on what are the key issues that we need to stay on top of as the U.S. So we do run a very federated model, but as it relates to risk and compliance, this is one where we're very much aligned and have a formal governance and committees that allow us to make sure that we're on the same page with respect to what those priorities are.
And if I could add as well, Member Katsaros, the intent is for the Gaming Compliance Committee for Nevada purposes to be at the Flutter level. And so there will be a compliance officer at the Flutter level, and we'll work with the compliance committee, who will then work with the various divisions compliance teams to make sure that that reporting is all captured for purposes of the compliance plan.
So from a Nevada perspective, who do we go to when we want to discuss compliance matters? Is it going to be Ms. Renzen, or is it going to be somebody at the Flutter level?
It will be somebody at the Flutter level, but of course, Ms. Renzen would be happy to help you. The compliance officer, I believe, is going to be Diana Cirilla, and we will submit that for administrative acknowledgement, of course, but she is at the Flutter level. And so you would have an opportunity to speak with either of them, but the direct contact on the plan would be Ms. Cirilla.
And just so I understand, Ms. Renzen, though, she's corporate compliance for FanDuel North America.
Correct.
She sits on a committee as well, the FanDuel level for compliance.
She chairs the committee for FanDuel.
For
Yes.
FanDuel, right?
Yep.
So she has that, but then there's the separate committee for Flutter.
Correct.
But she's the direct link
Represented.
into that committee at the
That's exactly
executive level. Okay, or
Correct.
corporate level.
Yep, that's right.
Do you have any concerns with what I'll call truth in advertising? We could call it something else. We could call it, intentionally misleading the consumer, branding another licensee's sportsbook as a FanDuel sportsbook when you're not a licensee yourself to operate a non-restricted sports pool. Does that concern you at all? I mean, so if a patron has a dispute, are they going to presume that it's a FanDuel dispute or a dispute with FanDuel?
So let me just try to unpack your question around truth in advertising, because I think there's two potential issues. To directly answer your question, I think the most important thing is that we do a lot of diligence to make sure that we feel good about our market access partners, and we've been, as I said, Boyd is one of our original and longest
I have no
tenure.
concerns with Boyd.
So very high integrity partner. We have been co-branding sports books since we started operating, since the repeal of PASPA. But we understand that our brand is on that sports book. And so I don't have concerns around situations like this all the time where companies are licensing a brand. What's important is that we make sure we deliver a high integrity and positive experience to the consumer. Otherwise, it reflects poorly on our brand. But I don't have any concerns around misleading customers because the FanDuel brand is on the sports.
And Chair Gibson, if I could add to that point, the intent is that it would be a co-branding arrangement.
What does
So
that mean?
it would still have both the Fremont or the Boyd experience, and it would still have their logo or their name, but it would also have the FanDuel brand as well. So this isn't the exact wording, but it would be an example like the FanDuel Sportsbook at Fremont or something of that nature.
Thank you.
How do you ensure the division of labor in the information technology service being provided and the operations to ensure that the lines aren't blurred between what licensees can do and what non-restricted licensees could do and what FanDuel is able to do as an information service provider? So I'm asking what provisions are in place? Are there access limitations? How do you ensure?
Yeah, Member Watkins, thank you for the question. I think the answer is that FanDuel would not have access to be able to accept wagers, allow patrons to wager, open up accounts. They just simply wouldn't have the ability to do that from a technological standpoint. So that would prevent them from engaging in any activities that would result in the operation of a sports pool. Whereas the Fremont employees and Boyd would have full access to do those things. The Boyd trading and risk team would have the full access to make all decisions regarding setting lines, deciding risk and all of that. FanDuel would really just be providing a feed in, if you will, and then that information is used however the Fremont team decides to use it.
Right, so they don't even have the access.
That's
your
right.
answer. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for those questions and the dialogue on that, because the lines are starting to get blurred more and more between who's who in the zoo, who's doing what, who should be doing the operation versus who's actually doing. That's where the line of questioning is going, primarily, Ms. Hoffman. So there needs to be an understanding of clear lines of demarcation between the operator, because here, per statute, the operator is the sportsbook themselves, which in this case would be Boyd or Fremont. So understanding that's important, because when we talk about what an information service can do, it's supposed to be providing odds, lines, et cetera, advice, but it's obviously automated these days. So you have a data feed that simply populates the BMS to then provide those lines to the patrons themselves. So now we start to blur as to, are you providing advice on lines, or you actually just set everything, right? And so I think we are all kind of talking around the same thing. And so I just wanted to get a comfort level on that piece as to who's doing what, right? We got Boyd employees going to continue. We've got some rebranding going on there. And in this case, it seems quite clear that that line of demarcation for you guys is that we're simply going to provide data feed and some advice and consultation on lines, but not going over into risk management as well, per se.
That's exactly right.
Okay. Nothing else?
I would add that I echo all of your comments, and I understand the board members' concerns regarding this. The team actually has experience with this similar model under a couple of other jurisdictions, particularly in their tribal markets. And so they're very familiar with it. This is not a first case of impression to them in understanding where the lines are. And so I feel confident that the team understands those lines and that the Boyd team understands those lines and that everybody wants to work together to make sure they're not crossed.
And so I'd encourage just an open dialogue into the future, if and when something may or may not change. You're not the only ones we're talking to about this, by the way. So you just happen to be before us with an application right now that's, I don't know, somewhat opportunistic for us to discuss it on the record. We do have some other regulations that I always like to point out, and I did for the benefit of another similar application here about a year ago. Information service sportsbook operator, and Reg 22010 talks about who needs to do what where. Talks about in Nevada. Also under Reg 5011, it talks about having supervision of the book by the employees of the book, etc. I'm paraphrasing, but
Absolutely, that's correct. And I think both teams, the FanDuel and Boyd teams, are aware and completely understanding of that.
There was one thing in the agreement, it did talk about patron disputes that I think you were just mentioning here a second ago, and it almost suggested there'd be some joint collaborative effort. In the end, it's Boyd's responsibility. It's
That's
just cut
right.
and dry.
They may have conversations about it in the event that, FanDuel can provide any guidance, but is ultimately Boyd or Fremont's responsibility.
Can you speak, expand on your responsible gaming measures?
Sure, happy to. Well, as Peter said, globally, Flutter set an objective that that we would have 75% of all customers that are using one of our responsible gaming tools. And so obviously the US division is an important part of that. If you look at my management team and the metrics we have, 3 of my metrics are around responsible gaming, right? So it's around the usage of tools, making sure that we're educating, in particular, that younger male audience in the first 30 days that they're on the platform. And 100% of my organization has to go through responsible gaming training. And that's all part of, my bonus system. And so it's in the minute you come into the organization, you are educated and you understand the importance of this. So that's not all operators do that. I can tell you that in the US. And so philosophically, I think that it starts from Flutter, but that's translated through my division in the US. And then, we have as we talk about some of the governance and committee, we have a responsible gaming committee in the US that's actually chaired by Ms. Renzen. I sit on it, our major business leaders, Andy sits on it, our chief marketing officer and president. And so it's embedded in how we manage the business, right? We're making decisions around how we market to consumers, the messaging, how we educate and train customers. There are significant investments that we're making within the product and technology organization, above and beyond what regulators are asking us to do, to make sure that we can provide the tools to our customers, either to make sure, you're setting limits and betting within your limits, or in some cases, if you're really struggling, to be able to block all the sites, right? Including some of the illegal sites. There's a company called Gamban that we work with, and we provide that software free of charge. And then, as I said, we're working very closely with the American Gaming Association, supporting their efforts around ongoing awareness and education. So it's a critically important part of how I spend my time. But as I said, it's really embedded into the DNA of our leadership team and organization. I'm quite proud of this. And the final thing I'd say is, we're spending quite a bit of time with our league partners. So as you may know, last year we partnered up officially with the NFL. We've been working with the NBA for many years. And as you can imagine, for the leagues, this is a critically important topic too. They have to protect their brands and their customers. So I think there's some really healthy conversations that are going on right now around, how do we potentially establish a code of conduct, right? That is going above and beyond what regulators ask us to do, because it's the right thing to do for the industry and for our customers. So there's a lot there.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I'd like to ask Chief Jim Barbie, our technology chief, to please come forward, if you would. Chief Barbie, if you would, just you've heard this conversation, you understand the goals of the board. We've been trying to demarcate between information service provider, information technology provider, service provider, non-restricted sports pool, and all of the different iterations of these licenses and registrations. Is there anything that we should be concerned about with regard to this construct as you see it?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Jim Barbie for the record. I'm with the Technology Division. The way that I understand the current method of operation is that Betfair will come in and provide line information only and be available for consultation when it comes to risk management. But that continued operations at Fremont will be based on Boyd's staff and Boyd continuing to operate that sports pool solely themselves. As was stated earlier, it was a great question, Member Watkins. There is no access that I understand that Betfair will have to the system in order to do any type of manipulation or manage risk or patron accounts or anything along those lines. So as it's currently proposed, no, I don't have any immediate concerns. There's been some discussion about bringing new technology in that would be Flutter's technology. At that point, it would have to go through a review. Of course, we'll vet the technology itself, but we would also evaluate Flutter's role in the operation of that technology at that time to ensure that they still operate in the constraints of an information service. So with that understanding, no, I don't have any concerns at this
Okay,
time.
wonderful. Thank you very much.
We don't have any further comments in our affirmative presentation. We're happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, we would request a positive recommendation of this item.
I did have one follow-up question for Ms. Howard just on offices. So you mentioned you opened a new one in Atlanta, you have LA, New York. What's your presence right now in Nevada/Las Vegas? And what might presence be in the future?
We currently don't have an office in Nevada right now. We don't have immediate plans to open an office in Nevada. But
One of your competitors does.
we're always keeping options open.
You have any further questions?
Yeah, I would like to speak to someone from Flutter quickly.
We're happy to help bring up the right person.
So someone who can speak to the fine in the UK.
Yeah,
Speak on that?
yeah, I can speak to that.
So do you want to just speak to it, or would you like me to ask questions?
I'm happy for you to ask questions. Might be easier.
So when did the fine occur?
This is the fine that the Sky Betting and Gaming
The
business.
$2.2 million.
Yeah, yeah. So this was a fine that was imposed on the company by the Gambling Commission. The way that the rules work in the UK, which is a country without a constitution, so the gambling regulations are not dissimilar. So there's a set of broader principles, and we found that we had undertaken some marketing activities in this instance, I think, which we shouldn't have done. It was a control failure in the business, and we have apologised. We've applied for redress where it was appropriate. We endeavour to make sure it won't happen again.
Okay. What changes have you put in place to ensure that it doesn't happen?
So in this particular instance, there was a third party who had access to some of our data. We didn't realise that they did. We put in place the right degree of control frameworks to ensure that that information can't be used by a third party.
I'm sorry, I can't. It's difficult for me to understand what you're saying.
Sorry, there was a third party that had access to some of our data, and we've made sure that that can't happen again. So we can use controls on our firewall to ensure that information can't be shared with third parties.
And that was the only issue?
It was, as is often the case in these situations, there was a series of different mistakes that were made, and we've tried to use controls to stop all of them that we can and automate as many of those as possible.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
There was a outstanding fine as well in Holland, still playing out.
I'm not party to the full details of the Dutch situation.
My materials are suggesting it's still outstanding.
Yeah, and I think this is relating to a payments issue.
Yes, I think it is still outstanding pending final confirmation, but we're happy to get some more information on that, provide you detail if that's helpful.
That was the only other one that jumped out at me as being somewhat sizable and pending as well. I will note, in terms of the landscape here in the US for a company of your size, I would look at what you have in terms of violations, very minimal. So it would seem you've been doing a bang up job here in the US, at least in terms of avoiding fines and being compliant.
We spend an awful lot of time trying to make sure we are compliant with all of the complex web of rules and regulations in all the states that we operate in here in the US.
And also in the UK, it doesn't seem as if that's out of line with some other fines that have been levied recent, and I suspect will also be levied in the future.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Gambling Commission have, Gary could talk to this. He's met with the chairman recently, but they have a view where they're trying to layouts of ever increasing fines to try and act as a deterrent to operators. I think it's less about some of the major operators like ourselves. It's more about some of the longer tail of operators who may not have always been as compliant as they should have been.
And my apologies, I was looking at my notes as you were explaining that process in the UK right now. What period was that if you didn't cover it?
I don't know. I don't have the precise details.
Yeah, I don't recall off the top of my head, but I'm happy to get that for you.
Yeah, just understanding where that kind of brings us up to, because at that point they would have reviewed your operation and say, okay, up to this point is when you were still creating these marketing mailers, et cetera, and emails. And I thought it from what I read, it would lead me to believe it would have gone into late or at least mid 2021.
That sounds right, but I'd like to confirm.
Sure, fair enough.
It was actually, we shared the breach with the regulators. This was not something they discovered. This was something that we went to them and highlighted.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because self-disclosure here is one of the pillars we would have, speaking of pillars, that we would expect of our licensees here as well. Got a staff of about 400 people, not even quite. Got thousands of licensees as well. So we expect that of our licensees to self-report and self-disclose, and it does help to mitigate things in the future too.
It's always better to get it out there quickly.
So, as we wrap up, I just want to note that when PASPA fell, I've been following that case for quite a while in the AG's office, and it fell, and our regulatory structure did not move at the same speed at which the companies moved across the country. And so we've been trying to modernize our regulatory structure to keep pace. In the meantime, though, I just ask that you stay within the confines of your licenses, your approvals. And if you do want to, move beyond that, just work with us. There are ways to satisfy the predicate license requirements and other things as well. So please seek us out, and we're happy to work together.
Noted. Thank you.
Can you speak quickly to the tax assessments in Germany and Greece?
I can, but Jonathan would prefer to do it.
I'm sure he would.
If we go back to the Greek one, it was a very low amount of. So what happened was there was an operation in Greece which we ran through Petty Power. We provided reams of information to the authorities there, which would have suggested we should have had a minimal fine in terms of the amount we need to pay in tax. And they discarded that and put a different amount of money on us and then applied interest for multiple years. On top of that, we ceased operation, clearly because it was quite difficult to work out exactly what liabilities were attached to any operation in Greece.
You ceased operations prior to the assessment, though.
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
Mhm.
So we've paid our fines, and it's been through the courts, and it's all paid.
It's unresolved, though, right? Is it?
It's paid and resolved, yes, in Greece. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's paid and resolved in Greece, and the same in Germany. It's also paid and resolved in Germany.
You've appealed it, is that correct?
We did, but we have lost the appeal and we've paid it.
Okay, well, so the current status is the cases are closed?
Do you want to?
There's a route of appeal that's still.
There is a route of appeal. We have to judge whether it's worth actually going down the appeal route. We have actually paid the monies, and we need to assess whether it's worth us furthering our expenditure on, not to respect lawyers' fees, in order to judge whether we are able to be successful or not. But our judgment is that we may not spend that money.
Okay, thank you.
Very good job, Ms. Zuckerberg.
Thank you.
There was one bit I failed.
Okay.
It's for Mrs. Howe, I believe.
She gets her steps in.
Just in terms of the lay of the land in the US and right now, so you're a digital company, but you guys have retail as well in Ireland, UK. What retail platform are you guys using here, or are you just leveraging IGT primarily in the US?
We're leveraging IGT in the US.
And that answers, I don't have any other question. But it's your mobile
Correct.
Platform there, retail.
Exactly.
Okay, fair enough. That was easy.
Any further questions?
perhaps we like to speak to the condition.
Yeah, let's talk about this.
Um,
So you propose a set of conditions. I mean, you read the ones that we provided to you, and I think that you made some edits and stuff.
I did, and I'm happy to read those into the record if that's helpful.
Please
I
go ahead and
think
read those if you would.
the background for those is just to assure that the company is very clearly acting within the confines of an information service licensee and that Boyd or Fremont are continuing to operate the book. So the first condition as proposed would be employees of Betfair Interactive US LLC, DBA FanDuel Sportsbook, may not perform any of the activities that constitute the operation of a sports pool as defined in NRS 463.0193 or as described in NRS 463.160 sub 4. That's the first condition. And then the second is Betfair Interactive US LLC's license for the operation of an information service in connection with Samwell Inc. Sports Pool shall be limited to selling or otherwise providing information to Samwell Inc. as the licensed sports pool that is used primarily to aid the placing of wagers on events of any kind, including the following. Number 1, line, point spread, or odds. 2, information, advice, or consultation considered by Samwell Inc. as the licensed sports pool in establishing or setting any line, point spread, or odds. Or 3, advice, estimate, or predictions regarding the outcome of an event.
Okay. That's summarized.
I'm okay with those conditions.
Are you? Good.
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Yeah, I appreciate the changes you made. I think it made it cleaner, more clear, frankly. So thank you for that.
Wonderful. Yes, thank you.
Okay. With that, then I'd ask for a motion.
Okay, well, we've got a few things here, so I'll
Yeah,
deal with
let's deal with this.
the withdrawals first.
Yeah.
Okay. See where my notes are. Chair Gibson, I move to recommend approval of the withdrawal requests for non-restricted item number 2 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert, and that the withdrawals be granted without prejudice.
Madam Secretary.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you.
We'll then move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 2 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert. And that would be pursuant to draft number 3 of the company's order of registration dated August 9th, 2022. And conditioned as follows: employees of Betfair Interactive US LLC DBA FanDuel Sportsbook may not perform any of the activities that constitute the operation of a sports pool as defined in NRS 463.0193 or as described in NRS 463.160 sub 4. And Betfair Interactive US LLC's license for the operation of an information service in connection with Samwell Inc.'s sports pool shall be limited to selling or otherwise providing information to Samwell Inc. as the licensed sports pool that is used primarily to aid placing of wagers on events of any kind, including the following. Number 1, line, point spread, or odds. 2, information, advice, or consultation considered by Samwell Inc. as the licensed sports pool in establishing or setting any line, point spread, or odds. Or 3, advice, estimate, or predictions regarding the outcome of an event.
Okay, thank you. Madam Secretary.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We do have a matter for board consideration as well. Does that need to be voted on
Sorry, is
with regard to Boyd Corp?
that Boyd Corp as a
Yeah.
minority owner?
Senior Dag McGaw?
Yes, it needs to be voted on.
Okay, that's just board consideration, correct?
That is correct. It
Okay.
won't go to the commission. It just be resolved at this level.
Okay. Chair Gibson, as it relates to the matters for board consideration concerning Boyd Gaming Corp., Boyd Interactive Gaming Inc., and Boyd Interactive Gaming Holdings LLC, I move to approve these matters as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Secretary.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you. All right, and you are up for the next item as well, right?
I am.
Madam Secretary, please read into the record the next item.
Non-restricted number 3 is the application of Flutter Entertainment PLC for a continuous or delayed public offering. It is also the applications of Betfair Group Limited, the Sporting Exchange Limited, TSE Holdings Limited, and FanDuel Group, Inc. to guarantee securities and hypothecate assets in conjunction with a delayed or continuous public offering.
Chair Gibson, Member Katsaros, Member Watkins, again for the record, Eric Oakberg. I am outside Nevada Gaming Counsel to the company. For this item, as indicated, this is Flutter's first shelf approval, given the recommendation that just occurred. There are no immediate plans to use the shelf, but of course, we will keep the board apprised if there are any changes. For the sake of the record, I would like to note that Flutter meets the requirements of Regulation 16.115. They have a class of securities on the London Stock Exchange, which exceeds shareholder equity of 10 million, and they have filed all required reports. And I will also note we have reviewed draft number 2, dated August 2nd of the shelf order. We believe that it is in proper form. And we would ask that the financial presentation provided by Mr. Hill in the previous presentation be incorporated by reference into this record as well. But obviously, we're both here and happy to answer any additional questions.
Okay, this is straightforward shelf and hypothecation. I have no questions. Any questions, my colleagues?
No questions. This is pretty straightforward, and I think you've answered all the questions that we would potentially ask in your affirmative presentation. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you, and thank you to everyone for being here, for your presentation, for the exchanges that we had here today. It's very helpful.
Thank you.
I didn't have any questions on the shelf either.
Thank you very much.
Lots of money. Looks like you're in good financial position.
Definitely.
Right. I'd ask for a motion, please.
Chair Gibson, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 3 as written into the record by Secretary Rupert pursuant to draft number 2 of the company's delayed public offering order dated August 2nd, 2022.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you all for appearing.
Thank you.
Okay. Asking for a break.
I was gonna ask for one actually, but then I was like, oh, I can make it. Sorry.
We'll take a 10-minute break. Madam Secretary, please read into the record non-restricted number 4.
Non-restricted number 4 is the application of David Russell Zorns for finding of suitability as a key executive.
Okay, welcome.
Welcome. Good morning, Madam Secretary, Chair Gibson, Member Watkins, Member Katsaros. I'm Greg Gemignani with the law firm of Dickinson Wright, representing Nevada Casino Holdings with regard to the application for suitability as a key employee for David Zorns. Today, I have David Zorns with me, along with Mac Powder, the Chief Operating Officer of Nevada Casino Holdings, Larry Hill, who's the CEO of an affiliated casino in Colorado, and Tom Reinhardt, one of the owners of Nevada Casino Holdings. And again, I apologize for not offering an affirmative presentation at our last meeting on this matter. Again, the matter at that time was new to me, and there was nothing in the file that had anything of substance regarding the issues that were raised in the last meeting. And I appreciate your willingness to send this back to staff so that we can address the issues that were raised. And I believe Mr. Zorns has been cooperative with the investigative agents and has answered the questions that were posed to him regarding the allegations. So it's formal to the best of his ability. And really, since I've known David Zorns just in this short period of time, I've really found him to be honest, respectful, responsive. And I've really come to admire his ability to address and deal with adversity, including operating in a pretty tough environment up in Elko, and doing so even with multiple health issues, including beating cancer and a more recent stroke.
Right.
I've also come to learn about his long career in gaming and his willingness to accept new challenges, and the fact that he's actually been reemployed by former employers throughout his career. So I think that says something about his character as well. And I have provided a slide deck, but the deck is really more about just providing a guideline for our affirmative presentation rather than going point by point slide by slide.
Would you like to go through it?
You can follow along if you'd like. I mean, I think the important parts of the deck are the parts where Mr. Zorns will be addressing each one of the issues that were raised.
Would you like to have him come up and stand next to you?
I will when
Okay.
you'll indulge me
Go
when
ahead.
the time comes. I'd like to just do a quick run through of his history, because that's something that we didn't talk about at the last meeting. And he's had a very long history in gaming. I mean, it started back in the 1970s when he worked at a poker room in Washington State. In 1980, he joined the Red Lion family in Washington and Oregon. And in 83, he was moved to Nevada to the Red Lion in Elko. And in Elko, again, a tough market, he was instrumental in sort of revolutionizing the market for the Red Lion there by helping to start an airline that brought traffic in to bring players into the location. And again, this is back in the early 1980s. In 1988, he left the Red Lion and went to work for IGT to open a casino in Antigua. And he stayed there until IGT decided to not be an operator anymore and to focus on manufacturing. And after that, he returned back to Nevada to work at the Silver Club and Sparks. And shortly after that, he was hired again by the Red Lion to come back. He left the Red Lion again in 1992 and opened a series of 4 different casinos in Colorado. So he built the track record of building, opening, and sustaining these new casinos in Colorado as that market opened up. And in 2005, he returned to Nevada and again was hired by the Red Lion, where he worked until 2017. In 2017, he did move to Nevada Casino Holdings after serving a 3-month non-compete following his at the Red Lion. And I think it's important for us to now address those issues, Mr. Zorn, come up, that were raised in the last meeting regarding his employment at Red Lion and the accusations that were made after he left.
Chairman, good morning. Chairman Gibson, Member Watkins, Member Casaro, and Madam Secretary. First of all, thank you very much for sending this back to be looked at again and give me the opportunity to come back and understand more what I'm supposed to do at this meeting and talk a little bit more about these allegations. So I did get a copy after the last meeting of all the allegations, and I've spent a lot of time talking to my owners of Nevada Casino Holdings about these allegations. A lot of restless nights where I didn't sleep thinking about these allegations. And I'm going to tell you what my thought process was during these things. I don't look at it, it's not an excuse. There's a lot of things that I would have done different if I could do them over again. I've learned from this process. I think it's a lot about perception, and a lot of things I did were more that the perception of them were not good. I understand that now. I'm going to start off with the American Express card. There was actually, I had 3 American Express cards. I had my own personal one my wife used, and one I used just for company business. I used this for at least the first 8 or 9 years that I was at the Red Lion. One of my guidelines was I'd only use the American Express card if there was no discount offered. So in other words, sometimes manufacturers will give you a discount if you pay cash. I never would use my card if the discount could be had. I mainly used the card when we had to get something in a hurry. They couldn't wait for a check. That was the main reason that I used a card along with my just regular expense account. American Express does not transfer points to one account to the other. So at a certain point in time, the Red Lion got their own American Express card. From that time on, I no longer got the points. I did ask one time. I asked the controller to ask Rick Stevens, who I answered to, and to ask him if I could possibly keep points. And they said no, and that was the end of the conversation. So I never received points after we started using them.
Let's move on to the next item.
Okay. The next one was abuse of comps. It was talked about that I at times comp things that I did not have the right to. Well, I did give you a printout in there. Every manager at the Red Lion had business comps, personal comps, and then their meal comps. It was hard to get help in Elko. It's a tough market. So the managers had personal comps that they could use at our Starbucks. They could use to bring their family in. It's so the business comps would be actually used for business. Wouldn't use those in the wrong way. There was times that I would use my comps for what I thought was building business. I also looked at this I was a CEO over 4 properties. I was also the casino host. I was also the marketing manager. It was a small town. I knew the people in town. So there's things that I did that looking afterwards, I can see where the perception might not be good. Like a golf pro. I gave a golf pro a gift certificate. I had taken lessons from him. But that golf pro brought us business into the casino. There's a lot of groups that he brought in for rooms instead of calling other hotels in town. I developed a good relationship with them. All the comps were reported and on the monthly spreadsheet. So there was no comps that I did that were not reported. The owners did review the comp sheet. It was given to them with the statement so they could. I know for a fact that we talked about it in our calls at least 2 or 3 times over the years. So they know that there was a monthly spreadsheet with all the comps. There was no time during the 12 years that I was there that the owners ever questioned me about any of the comps. One of the next issues was about the golf simulator. Again, the owners knew that I had set up a golf simulator. We had a Chevron station on the property, and there was a service bay that was open. And we set up I purchased myself this golf simulator. I had a group of about 12 people, 12 guys that gave me around $300 each to be able to use this. I think what happened is put up a sign that said, if you're not a member of this group, it was going to cost you $20 to use this golf simulator. I think that the owner's son felt that I was doing this as a way to make money on their property. We felt that since there was 12 of us that put money in, if anybody else used it, we'd use that money to keep buying like the hitting mat that wore out all the time and bulbs that wore out at the time. I never made money off of it. I did let the golf team use it. Again, I thought that by letting the golf team use it, these kids as parents would know that the Red Lion was, a good community member, that it kind of helped for the relationship. The guys that used the simulator that were kind of this membership group were guys that in the sports bar all the time, betting, drinking. So
Can I interrupt you for a
yes.
second? How did the idea to have a golf simulator come up?
Not a lot to do in Elko. There's work, there's golf in the summer, and there's bowling in the winter unless you're a hunter and fisherman. So there was a couple of us that, that's what we live for with golfing. And it takes a tall place to put it. We just had a place sitting there. The owners knew about it, and they knew about it. We talked about it in our calls. We talked about it when we walked around the property, that they saw it, they looked at it. They knew that it could be removed, and any time that we decide to use that part of the Chevron station, we talked about how fast it could be moved out, which would be a matter of an hour or two. So with Larry Senior and with Rick Stevens, they definitely knew that I had it.
But where did the idea originate? Was it your idea?
Yes.
And you just thought, hey, there's this open space over here.
Yeah,
Tell me how your thought process worked.
I already had this golf simulator. I already owned it, and I wanted a place to be able to put it. I was there, 12, 14 hours every day. And truthfully, I probably used it less than anybody because I still didn't get a chance to use it. But there was a place available, and it was a good place. It was away from the casino. It didn't hurt anything. It wasn't a place that would have made money for the company at the time.
Why was it important that it be away from the casino?
It wasn't important. It just happened to be. I mean, it wasn't like it was right there down the hall from my office where I was going and playing golf 2 hours a day. I didn't go down during the daytime.
Okay.
It was just something because there was a couple other employees that worked there that were part of this membership group, and it just gave us something to do in Elko. Truthfully, there's not a lot to do there.
So just to be clear, you own this?
Yes.
Golf simulator? Or
Yes,
it was owned by
I
a
owned
group?
it.
Or it was owned by a group?
Well, I owned it. The guys gave me money to be able to use it, to keep it going, which helped pay for the cost of it. Because I did have to I had to buy a hitting net, and I had to build a platform for it. Yeah.
So $300 for the platform and the net each. 10.
Well, and then the software and the computer. I had a TV monitor. I had probably about $6,000 into it.
Okay. All right. And you said at one point, was it one of the original owners that thought you were trying to make money off of this?
Yes. No, it wasn't the owner. It was the owner's son, Larry D. Wolf.
Okay, so, all right. Okay.
Larry J. Wolf. I mean, we talked about it in our calls, like I said. Rick Stevens and I talked
Who
about
is
it.
we?
I would have calls, not in the beginning. The first several years, I only talked to Rick Stevens. In the last few years, Larry J. Wolf was a senior, the licensee, and Rick Stevens, and I had regular calls. So we'd have monthly calls before Zoom, just voice calls. So like I say, they did know about it. I wasn't hiding it. I didn't make money off of it. Okay.
Let's keep going, please.
Okay. Personal use of employees. This is an area I lived in the property for about the first 10 or 11 years. I lived in a condo on the property. And the employees from the maintenance staff would take care of the property. If something broke, they would fix it. I was kind of used to that. I had cancer, and somebody from the maintenance department came over and shoveled my driveway. I didn't ask him this first time. Later on, I did ask my maintenance engineer, the chief engineer, to come over and shovel my driveway. There was times that I took like a laptop in, my wife's laptop. I took it in and I asked the IT guy to take a quick look at it, which he did. There was things I didn't really think it through. Like I did use employees when I moved out of the condo. Not a couple, there was probably 3 or 4 employees from the Red Lion helped move my hot tub from the condo to my new house, which took probably an hour. My thinking at the time was, I'm moving out of the company residence. It's now going to be able to be rented. So the company's going to be able to make $1,500 a month where they weren't making money before. By having them help me, I was going to get out of there faster.
How did you claim the condominium on your tax returns?
I was required to stay there, and in talking to the accountant that worked for the Red Lion, they told me that since I was required there at the time to be on the property, that I didn't claim it.
Did you pay the engineer?
No, I did not. There was times most of the time, if I would use somebody from the engineering department, I would pay them cash. But there was time, I'd be the very first to admit, there's times that the engineering staff did end up doing something for me personally where they did not get. That-
Did you know them prior to your employment there?
The chief engineer who I'm talking about, who is the main person I would call, I did know him very well from working there before. This would have happened the third time that I worked there, not the first two. Third time, so I already knew Ruben. Ruben and I were already friends. So when I'd ask him to help me do something, it was after hours.
Ruben is the engineer.
Yes, ma'am.
So you had a friendship with him outside of your employment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay.
When he would do work for you, was it during company hours?
No, it wasn't.
On company time?
Now, the only time I called him one time after I had moved out of the condo, I had called him and told him I was having problems with my dishwasher. I had just moved into the house and I thought he could come over after work. I didn't know that he was out of town and he called one of his guys to go up and look at it. That was during company.
But you were unaware that he was calling someone else to do it?
Now, when I called him, I did not plan on him calling somebody else. No, I didn't.
But were you aware prior to him calling someone else?
No, not prior.
But afterwards?
Yes.
Okay.
And I did not offer to pay him that time. Most of the time I did, I'd be the first to admit there was times that I did not pay him personally. There's a few hours of labor that they would have done when I was there. The other times, like moving out of the condo, I felt that I was saving money in the long run by getting things done with me not personally moving it and being able to still run the business and get out of that condo sooner so it could be rented. That's how I justified it at the time in my mind, but I wouldn't do it again because I can see how it looked. It didn't look.
Okay.
Next one was personal use of, we had a company policy. We had procedures in place where employees could buy things through the company. When we purchased mattresses, employees could buy mattresses. There was several items that employees could purchase. When we bought a lot of TVs, we'd let the employees buy TVs because we got a good bulk price. Everybody had to sign a form ahead of time to show that it would be paid back. So I purchased an elliptical machine through the company. The company ordered it. The company paid for it originally. I was to pay for it. It got delivered, and I would have normally paid for it within the next day or two, but that was just when I got terminated. When I was leaving after I was terminated, one of my first calls was to the controller. I said, look, I just got this elliptical machine. I just got laid off. I don't know what to do. I don't want to have this great big bill when I just got laid off and I don't know what I'm going to do. I was still in a little bit of shock. And I said, they do need an elliptical machine at the high desert property. And I said, would you check and see if it could be used there? If not, I will buy it. I was told a few days later to take it to the high desert.
Can I interrupt you again? You
Yes.
said you were in shock from being laid off.
Yes.
What was your understanding of why you were being laid off?
I was being laid off because they said they wanted to run the properties themselves.
And how far in advance to you actually being laid off did they communicate this to you?
At that time.
So it was immediate.
Yes.
So you essentially had no notice?
None at all. No.
Okay.
They gave me a contract to which I believe I've given you a copy of. A contract said that I would be paid for 90 days if I signed this agreement. A non-compete agreement was in it. It said I was being laid off without cause. It specifically spelled that out in there. And again, you do have a copy of that in your package. So I was a little, I wasn't thinking real straight. In retrospect, I wish I would have kept it because I could have used it. After my cancer surgery, I was supposed to keep walking or moving, and the elliptical machine, that's why I purchased it in the first place. My lymph nodes were taken out, so I needed to keep moving. And yeah, I would have saved a lot of money. But at the time, all I was thinking of is I don't have a job, and if they can use it someplace else, I'd rather they kept it.
When did you become employed again?
3 months later. got employed the day after my non-compete was over.
When you returned the elliptical, did the company accept this as settled? Accept the matter as settled?
Yes, yes, they did. They told me where to take it. I was given instructions that I had to have my own people move it because no company employs, and where to take it to, and I did that.
Okay.
There was some other talk about business comps, personal comps. There was a comment about me taking apples, and it said at the time so that I took crab legs and lobster. That part was not true. Anytime I would have any kind of dinner whatsoever, I would sign for it on a comp ticket, on a personal comp ticket. At times, what they talked about is I had gone through the walk-in and took an app on several occasions. I was on some crazy diet, so I went and got an apple out of the walk-in. What I would do is every month, at the first of every month, I would have one of the waitresses ring up anywhere from $200 to $300. Just ring up that amount in total. I would sign the ticket and give them a tip based on that amount. It was clear understanding that would cover if I went up to the buffet, grabbed a cup of soup to taste it, or if I just grabbed 2 or 3 little things off the buffet. If they saw me back in the kitchen take anything, if I went and got an apple, that at least it was rang up and it was covered. And by people knowing that I didn't just go in there and take anything, I felt that was a way to cover the food cost, because I didn't want the chef to ever suffer in what his food cost would be. But if I never took anything like lobster. I cook that and then go to the dining room and I could cook it myself.
Okay.
Okay. And again, after 12 years, nobody ever asked me about my comps. It also came up, I believe, that I signed for a ticket for fantasy sports. Well, I did. The Fantasy Sports League met at the sports bar every week during football season. And at the end of the season, I did a party for them. And where I got them appetizers, and I think they had drinks for an hour, and I signed the ticket. But during the whole football season, they were there once a week, buying drinks, gambling, hanging out, and I thought it was a win. They looked into a golf tournament. I signed a ticket for a golf tournament banquet. And it's true, I did. We put on a golf tournament. But what they didn't look at is part of the money. Let's say they paid $100 to play in this golf tournament. $50 might have gone to prize money. $40 might have gone to the food when they came down to have the banquet and liquor. Then they didn't look at the fact that we rented probably, say, 50 room nights. We had that revenue, and then you had people from out of town that were gambling. So yes, I did sign for the bank. I tried to. Not every time I did a comp, not every time was for business. There was times that I had my family come in and I had personal comps. I never went overboard. I made sure that I didn't have any month that was huge in my personal comps. I didn't invite a lot of friends to dinner. My stepdaughter asked for a Starbucks card. I signed for it, put it on my personal comps. But again, I don't feel like I went overboard in anything. I tried to keep it reasonably. At one time, I actually owned 3% of the Red Lion. And that did make me feel really good that I was an owner. And I at least felt that I was making decisions that I would make if I was a bigger owner, that if it was money out of my pocket. And most of the time when I would give a comp, there was some good that would come out of it. I gave a comp one time for a person that gave me his condo to use down in Mesquite. I gave him maybe two $50 dinner comps. He was one of our better players. He kind of felt good, to tell you the truth, that he was able to do something for me because we were always doing something for him because of him being a player. So I tried my best to be reasonable about what I did as far as comps. And again, I was kind of the marketing person. I couldn't afford a casino host. It's a small casino. So I knew the local people. I felt that I knew the people that were going to be good and the people that wouldn't be good for business. And again, I didn't take a lot of my personal friends or things like that. It wasn't a party place. One of the things that did come up was when they were looking at things, we did my chief engineer, Ruben Garcia, did a bid for the landscaping. We'd pay quite a bit to have all the lawn mowed and all that. So he did a bid with 3 companies for the landscaping. He should show me the numbers in the bid. So we picked the company that was the lowest, provided full service, the same service we'd be getting. So they got the contract for the landscape. Afterwards, they said they would start cutting my lawn. They knew that this was just after I had had my cancer procedure. I'm not using that for an excuse, but they did say they'd cut my lawn. And at the time, it was like, it's kind of a relief to not have to worry about it. Looking back at it, I don't think it was right. I think that the perception of having them do anything, even though they were the low bid and it had them doing my lawn had nothing to do with them getting the bid. Sorry that I did it. I wish I wouldn't have done that. The optics of it just weren't good. An issue came up about a wedding reception. The controller, her name was Kelly Ward. She got married, was Kelly Holland. I was gone on vacation, I believe. I knew that her wedding was coming up, but I did not approve. She did not talk to me about signing for the wedding herself. She had the wedding in Battle Mountain, which is close to Elko, had the catering department catered it. Still to this day, I don't know how much it was because I didn't know about it until I was gone from the Red Lion and the gaming investigators asked me. But I did not approve it. I didn't have any way of even knowing about it. With her being the controller and her signing the ticket, I wouldn't have approved it. There was times that I did want her replaced. Her direct boss was Rick Stevens, and a dotted line to me. I could not fire this person. She was under Rick and myself, so I couldn't have personally fired her myself. But I would not have allowed her to comp her whole wedding dinner.
Do you know the amount?
I don't. I never did hear what the amount was, but I've got a feeling it was probably in the $2,000 to $3,000 range. I think I covered the accusations that were brought up. I did talk to you about in my termination. They're definitely in one of your slides. It shows the clause that says that I was terminated without cause. And in the last meeting, I believe you had paperwork that said that I was let go for embezzlement, and that was not the case. They actually had a meeting about a week after I was let go that they called the employees in and to tell them that I was not let go for cause because of rumors that were going around.
What were the rumors that were going around?
That I was let go for embezzlement or something. And Larry Sr., Larry Jr. were both at that meeting to tell the employees.
Did you just say a second ago you thought we represented that you were let go for cause or embezzlement at the last hearing? Because I don't recall that. Okay.
No.
Yes.
No. I think last meeting though, there was, looking at the transcript, there was some inference that he was let go for cause. And there was some back and forth about that.
I read the transcripts. Okay. Okay. That wasn't
And-
how I came into this meeting thinking that was the case. It was a question mark, sort of a thought bubble. What in fact was the actual reality?
Mhm.
So I went back through. Clearly, your separation agreement clearly states without cause. But sometimes that's just stated as such for various legal reasons. However, I don't know that we suggested that. So I just want to. So
Okay, I took that wrong.
okay, and I'm just speaking for myself. I read the transcripts as well. I don't remember anybody, as far as the materials are concerned, I don't think I've seen that they've suggested even that you were let go for cause, or am I inaccurate on that?
I think there was some discussion about why he was let go and a suggestion that it might have been for cause.
I think it was a question.
Performance.
Okay.
And the agreement that he was provided with by his former employer, and again, this is not a negotiated agreement. He didn't have counsel for that. And I didn't have a copy until after the last meeting. Was clear that it was for without cause.
Okay.
And again, that was written by his former employer, not a negotiated term of the contract.
And at the time when I talked to them, they told me that Larry J said he wanted to get his son more involved in the operation. It's been a goal of his for several years, and they just felt that the time was right that they try to run the place.
I'm having a hard time understanding why there was no notice, though. Obviously, I've read the separation agreement, and it does state that it was not for cause. So I'm having a hard time understanding, the facts, the rumors, the everything that was kind of going on behind the scenes versus what the separation agreement says and the immediate notice of termination.
I was called and asked to come and meet them. They were staying there at the hotel, and I was asked to come down to the room and talk to them, which is not unusual. The last few years, they came up several times a year, 2 or 3 times a year, and I was asked to come down to the room. They matter of factly told me that we've made the decision to stay here ourselves, run the casino ourselves, see what we can do. And here is this agreement. If you sign this agreement, there'll be no negotiating of the agreement. But if you sign the agreement the way that it is, we will pay you 3 months severance pay. That was the notice, and I gave them my phone at that time, and I was asked to leave the property completely at that time.
Okay.
I didn't, didn't think about that was going to happen at the time. Then it's just when anybody leaves, there's always rumors about why somebody left. I didn't hear myself, but I heard afterwards that there was rumors, people wondered why I left.
And they didn't indicate verbally to you that there was any other reason why? They just said, here, sign this.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Help me understand the timeline of the red line a little bit better.
Okay.
So you were at the red line, 92, you left?
83, I believe. I came to the red line.
Okay. Went to Colorado. You come back though in 2005. You're there for 2 years. At what point did Navigante Group take over?
In 2006. When I came back in 2005, I worked for a trust, Bank of America.
Right.
One of the ex-Red Line executives was there as CEO, and he's the one that reached out to me. So I worked with Bank of America until October of 2006 when the Wolves took.
All right. And they were there until
2000. Well, after I left a couple of years later, they did sell it. When I left, they always had told me that they planned to keep the property. After I left, and Larry D was there for a couple of months, they made the decision to try to sell. The one comment that was made to me at the meeting when they did let me go, no, excuse me, it didn't come up then. It came up in my meeting with the gaming investigators in Elko. They told the gaming investigators in Elko that once they let me go, that their maintenance costs dropped almost in half. And the reason for that was pretty simple. I always kept the property up. When I worked for Mr. McClaskey, the original owner, he always believed that if a big HVAC unit broke, you fixed it, replaced it right then or there. When they made the decision to sell the casino, they quit replacing anything or, fixing it just the least way they can, where we were always improving the property. So I could have too, if they would have told me that was the direction we want to go, I could have cut the maintenance cost that much also.
So from 2006 until September of 2017?
Yes.
There was never any conversation about any of these allegations?
None, ever. Mr. Wolf actually came up one time about a year before. He came up and personally sat down with every manager in the place just to have a one-on-one talk with them. And then he came and sat down and had a one-on-one talk with me. And he told me, he said, the employees all respect you. They like working for you. He said, I had good conversations with people. I think we had one employee that he didn't care for too much. It was only there for a couple months afterwards.
You have privileges in your current position.
Yes.
And are they outlined?
I don't think that they've completely outlined to the extent that my owners are willing to outline things now. My owners would really like to see me get licensed and stay, and have suggested that we maybe outline everything, that I can only have not over this much in comp, that I can't do this or can't do this, to make sure that none of these things, the allegations would happen again. The only thing I sign for now is my luncheons.
So am I understanding you correctly? Are you saying that you don't have clearly outlined comp privileges currently?
I don't feel that they're completely outlined. You're right. I have privileges, but I don't take it, I don't use them, and that there's not a limit. This company does things a lot different. Within 1 week, the auditors send to the general manager of each property every comp that's happened on the property for them to review and make comments on. So whether it's a personal meal, or I don't do this because I've got a general manager at each property, but let's say I was to sign a person's ticket gambling, I would have to put the explanation on that, and the general manager in the accounting office would question. But they're willing to put limits on everything and make a very strict comp policy.
Is it written somewhere that there is no limit?
No, it's not. There's not a limit written into there. I read the policy again this morning, and the policy, the way that I saw it written was, it dealt more with employee meals than it did with comps like for customers. So I do think that that's something that we could immediately outline completely. I have no problem whatsoever sticking to a guideline. And again, that's one of the things we talked about that we could do to make sure that none of these things ever even come up again.
Okay.
In your prior employment, did you, with the Navegantes, did you have an employment agreement?
No, I did not with them.
Is at the crux of all this, for me at least, is perception is a big problem here, right?
It is.
Because we're having things lodged against you.
Yes.
This then gets thrown in our lap. But it seems to me, at least, there's no disagreement from the materials I've seen between yourself, the prior owners, that you had unlimited comp privileges.
You believe in your package, but I know the investigator had it. It was the outline that was used by the accounting office every month that showed every manager what their comp limit was for personal, what their comp limit was for business, and then that they had comp meal privileges.
But
and it stated right on there, unlimited.
For you, okay. So, okay, I'm going to assume that was the case based on everything that I'm reading and even some testimony I've seen in the report, that there was no disagreement as to whether or not you had unlimited comp privileges, but what you're stating is that nothing was actually etched in stone into an agreement.
We were talking about the new company.
I'm talking about the old one.
The old company, nothing was in an agreement. No.
Okay, just to be clear, I want to understand if you had an employment agreement with them.
No.
Okay, but your understanding was you had unlimited comp privileges, and everything I've read here, they believe you had unlimited comp privileges as well.
Yes, because that was on a form that was turned in monthly.
And that's where you're saying it's at unlimited?
Yes.
In terms of your level?
Yes.
So what were their accusations then? I believe you told our staff that once they were attempting to sell and the sale failed, that then they made accusations against you. Is that correct?
I was gone for about 2 years before they made the accusation.
Okay. And so what were the accusations that they made?
These things that we just went through.
And did they make them to you? Who did they make?
They made it to gaming investigators in Elko. So I went through an investigation in Elko with the gaming investigators there on all of these points.
Okay.
They spent almost a year doing this investigation.
And you never spoke to them after that?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
I didn't speak to gaming until the end of the investigation.
No, I mean to Red Lion.
I've never spoken to them again. By the time the investigation was done, the Red Lion was sold. We had the new company I'm with had the contract to buy the Red Lion properties.
Okay.
They backed out of it at the last minute, which they had the legal right to do after they did their due diligence. And they decided not to go ahead with the sale.
Okay.
So if I could sum this up, you're with you're with Red Lion and Navigante Group from September 17, 2006, September 17, 2017. You go through your cooling off period 3 months. You go to work as CEO, right, of a new entity, Nevada Casinos. And then a year later, essentially, we have some allegations that are lodged against you that are criminal in nature, right? That, well, I'll just state it, they're criminal. But there was no follow through and the case was closed.
There was follow through because the investigation.
Well, they investigated it some, but there was no prosecution.
They told me that they found nothing criminal and there was going to be no prosecution.
So the difficulty I have is I see the sloppiness on your part. I mean, there's no question. You acted as though you were the owner. I mean, as though you were Sheldon Adelson, just, with your own fiefdom here. It's pretty amazing, actually. But maybe that's how things were done. I don't know. But I can't. The claims of embezzlement, I just don't find corroboration for those. I mean, that's essentially where I'm at.
I don't feel that I misused things. I still don't feel I did things right. Don't take me wrong. I'm not.
Maybe they do things differently there,
but these were so seldom and far between, and almost always for a business reason. But I wish I wouldn't have done it that way. I'll be the first to tell you, I'd never do things that way again.
I think my concern is as well, but I hear you on, the potential outlines. I'll say that. I'll premise it with that. But my concern is that from the responses that you provided and kind of what you say here today is again and again, well, there was no oversight. No one was telling me that I shouldn't do it. But again, and I think I said this to you at our last meeting, it's not necessarily about whether people notice you doing wrong or not, right? It's more about a personal integrity issue.
I agree.
So that is how I would like you to move forward is, not whether I'm doing something right or wrong when someone is watching, but how do you act when no one is watching or you don't perceive anybody to be watching? Because that can't be your excuse that no one said anything. But
I do agree with you.
I would also say that, proposing guidelines so you have a clear understanding of where your privileges lie.
Yes.
Is a good idea. I throw that out there.
I would. May I make just one comment about that? We did review the financial statement on a monthly basis. The comp reports were in the financial statement. And the last few years, the first few years, we didn't do that. But the last few years, we had a call when the financials came out every month. But I do agree with you. I look at it different now after talking to them. I do think the optics of how it looked are not good. And I do things differently now. I've worked for this company for 4.5 years now, and none of the things that were in this, I don't do.
Yeah, where I'd say your shortcoming is it's in that the perception area, in that we didn't have something clearly decided upon between you and ownership. To your benefit, however, in this whole thing is they gave you unlimited comp privileges. After decade plus 12 years, come in and say, wait a minute, that's where I'm trouble with, which is we're getting this thrown in our lap to say, okay, did you do something appropriate or not? Well, if you had unlimited comp privileges, if you were the owner of that place, everything you did there, frankly, you'd probably be heralded as a
I agree.
pillar of society in Elko, right? Like, great, thank you for doing everything.
Or if you're a VIP host,
Yeah.
If you had a different job title, then it probably would have been appropriate.
And you were like approving everybody else's, right? So the break was there between yourself and the wolves, if you will.
Understood.
And that's where that would have, if that was cleaned up, I don't know that we're even having a discussion here right now. And so where I'm troubled is that after 12 years, they're going to come in and say, okay, why were you doing this and that? And I've been fully I have very similar examples in my, not necessarily my personal capacity as always, but where I've seen they don't want executive management distracted with anything else. Have somebody else do that. That's what we have some resources there for, so that you can be fully vested in the operation and success of that operation. But when we get some allegations lodged against you with embezzlement, obviously our antennas go up and go, okay, now we've got to look at this more deep, figure out where you're coming.
And they're not by incredible people, right? They're by credible people. That's one of the challenges we have.
Yeah.
And at the end of it,
Senior is one of the most
Yeah, and the
greatest
attorney.
people I've ever met.
yeah, and at the end of it, it's your obligation to prove to us that you've got the honesty, integrity, good character under our statute 46317.
So
You've
we
got a
have-
40-year history. Okay, go
Right,
ahead.
are we at denial? Or no? We're not.
I am not.
Okay, so conditions, let's talk about conditions. So, I mean, requirement one, I mean, you have got to have defined comp privileges and your job description and all of your anything you can and can't do should be defined.
Okay.
It's got to be much better defined. So that you can be held responsible, or if you breach it, you can be, you can be booted.
I agree.
If necessary. So I think that's one thing I'd require. Give you a month to have that in.
Okay.
To us to review.
Okay.
That's something that every job description and documents that are associated with it should entail. And what about limitations? Do you all want limitations? What do you think, Member Katsaros?
Yeah, so I think he's met the burden for me, frankly. We've vetted this clearly. You were not prepared the last meeting.
No.
Mr. Gemignani didn't even meet you, I think, up until a few
Met
hours
outside,
prior to
yeah.
that. So I'm really glad we're doing this right now. By the way, Mr. Reinhardt, the fact that he got up there last time, gave a very impassioned speech.
Thank you, sir.
If he wasn't here, it wouldn't be held against you, frankly, in my mind. But the fact that he was and went above and beyond, frankly, and the fact that you've got some history already behind you, just with them, 4.5 years, 36 years before that as well. And we don't necessarily have a pattern or any other instances that I can find where it's been alleged that you did something inappropriately. And I'll encapsulate your experience at the Red Line into sort of that instance. So you've got that issue there, which was where I'm trying to chalk it up in my mind, a breakdown in expectations between that of the ownership and that of you, the CEO, sort of steering the ship at that point. Somebody who owns the property, probably it would behoove them to have oversight of you a bit more if in fact they expect something other than the outcome that they had with you, right? So sorry, cutting ahead to where I'm at
Please.
is I was coming into this with suggesting a 2-year limitation. I don't know what that buys us, but it seems to be a good sort of tool in our toolkit oftentimes in order to allow him to continue to prove himself. But I would be open to suggestions, something even less, I don't want to say less egregious. I was egregious. Whatever word I'm looking for. Without a limitation as well. I'd be open to that as well.
I'd like 2 years.
Okay.
I mean, I'd like to see 2 years, and I'd like to see an employment agreement, a contract well-defined, with all of the things you might do, you can do, and that you cannot do. All of your authorities and things that you don't have authority over. And in 2 years, you'll be back, and there'll be a clear record as to whether or not you adhere to that.
That's a good tool for me too. I welcome that action.
I think that's fair, especially given the fact that we have a messy record with credible people making claims on the other end, but it's impossible to corroborate.
Fortunately, it wasn't Larry J. Wolf Sr. or Rick Stevens that made the claims.
I know who it was, but that person is a credible person as well.
I've always thought the world of him.
Okay.
So my thought is, last time, one of my main concerns was the lack of preparedness for us to be able to address the issues. And so the chair referred it back for that reason. And to Mr. Gemignani's credit, you had just, I think, Member Katsaros said this earlier, but you had just met him that morning. So, I understand that context. And the lack of preparedness was why I was not ready to move forward, because I wanted to fully understand the issues before making a decision.
Understood.
I think that I now fully understand the issues. I think it was poor judgment on your part, but also that it says a lot that you were not prosecuted for the misjudgment, should we say. And we have done a complete investigation. Our staff has looked into it. And I would propose the condition. I'm open to the limitation as well.
So if I heard, I was writing a note down, then in terms of a motion that I would craft at this point, it would simply be a 2-year limitation. Or would I need to include the other part, or could we not let that
I'd say
unfold?
within a month, I'd like to see his contract with all of the, delimiters in it.
Do we need to craft that as part of could we not just say, hey, you're going to affirmatively provide that to us and rather?
You agree?
I agree with that completely. I think it makes my job easier.
Well, my proposed condition would be that essentially he reach an agreement with his employer about what the guidelines are for his comps.
Sure. So would you are you suggesting I craft that into an
No.
actual motion right now,
Oh.
or then that's as a condition, or just to express that to him verbally right
Oh, okay,
now?
I see.
That's
This is deliberation under the open meeting.
I see.
the wisdom of our system, right?
Yes.
Suggestions, please.
I'm fine with expressing the direction to you right now, but if you feel
I do have the people here today that
Well, I mean, I
take care of this.
I want to formalize it. I wouldn't mind formalizing. I don't think it hurts.
I don't have a problem with that.
I mean, one option you have is, this is Ed McGough for the record. You can give him instructions to work with staff to get that worked out, and that you could make it more formal, but not a condition level formal, more just specific instructions to work with staff to with specific instructions on what you want. That is an option, or you can put it in a condition on his finding of suitability.
So direction to you, sir, Mr. Zorns, please work with Chief Carl Hoffman to come up with a contract and a well-defined terms,
Very good.
outlining exactly what you can do and cannot do. What your authorities are. Okay?
Yes.
Yeah, deliver those to Agent Petronzi,
Okay.
Senior Agent Petronzi.
Yeah, within a month.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
happy with that.
All right.
okay. Anything else?
No, I think with those conditions, I would ask that you recommend approval of Mr. Zorn's application as a key employee of Nevada Casino Holdings. Thank you for taking the time today to go through this again. Thank you for sending it back to staff last time. And with that, I'd also like to thank Agent Petronzi, who really did a lot of work to get us these allegations squared away and clarified. So thank you.
And for the record, our investigation was closed. Right. So there's nothing further for us to review.
Right.
Okay, I'd ask for a motion then.
Okay, Chair Gibson, I will then move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 4 is read into the record by Secretary Rupert, subject to a limited license that will expire at midnight on the August 2024 NGC meeting on the day the item is heard.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you.
again.
Thank you very much.
Thank
you.
All right. Let's go on to, see here. We need to hit, I'm going to go out of order here, Dennis, again. Let's skip to number 6 because there's a timeline here.
All right.
Could you please read it into the record?
Non-restricted number 6 is the application of Boyd Gaming Corporation for an amendment to their order of registration. You also have the applications of Boyd Gaming Corporation, California Hotel and Casino, Coast Casinos, Inc., and ALST Casino Holdco LLC for the pledges as noted on the agenda.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chairman Gibson, Member Watkins, Member Katsaros, Madam Secretary. For the record, Greg Giordano of the law firm McDonald Carano. Thank you very much, Chairman, for taking us out of order. Mr. Clinton and Mr. Herzberg have flights in a little while, so I appreciate it very much. With me at the podium, as a way of introduction, is to my immediate right is Josh Herzberg, Executive Vice President, CFO, and Treasurer for Boyd Gaming Corporation. To my left is Yuri Clinton, the Executive Vice President, General Counsel, and Secretary. And to Mr. Herzberg's right is Cassie Stratford, Senior Vice President of Legal Operations and Compliance. The applications before you are basically a respect to new pledges being made in connection with a new credit agreement that was dated March 2nd, 2022, pursuant to a new security agreement dated at the same date. We really don't have any further presentation. We have to answer any questions you may have with respect to those applications.
Okay. And this is going to pay off what, $880, $880 million of debt that's currently outstanding?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and board members. Yes, sir, that's correct. $880 million term loan, and it amortizes.
Okay. I don't have any questions. I'll turn to my colleagues. Questions?
You guys want to talk about sports betting? No? Sorry, what was your name for the record, sir? Mr.
Josh Hirschberg.
Hirschberg. Mr. Clinton?
Clinton, yes.
That's right. Straightforward pledge, right? Pledges, excuse me. Anything of noteworthiness?
Should not be.
I do note on the operational side, if this gets outside of your guys' wheelhouse, no problem, but we're still closed in one location right now on the east side cannery.
That's correct, sir.
Is there any plans on reopening?
Usually, it's really just based on demand coming back.
And do we have any expectation on timelines?
We do not.
No. That's what I thought the answer was going to be. I'll tell you, Nevada's on fire right now, so. I know these things are regional within the valley, so but just wanted to understand that. And then also there was an acquisition with Boyd Interactive, Paula Interactive. How is that unfolding now? That's pretty fresh.
Yeah, no, we are in the process right now of getting regulatory approvals. We anticipate that we'll have all of those in line sometime October, November, and close thereafter.
And Paula is an iGaming platform. Does it also offer sports betting
No,
opportunities?
it does not. We essentially bought a tech stack for iCasino, iGaming.
Okay. So all of and it's 100% you guys acquired of them?
Yes.
Yeah. Did you retain management of that? Was it Jim?
Yeah, Ryan.
Jim Ryan. Okay. Still there. Okay. How's that business going?
We haven't closed yet, but we're planning, and it's actually going along pretty well for them.
Still going.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were one of those early startups. They partnered up with a Native American tribe in California.
Yeah, Paula.
Paula.
Was it Paula?
That's how they got their
Not just a clever name.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I didn't have any questions on any of the financial information or the pledges, but I do want to take the opportunity when you're here just to get an update on some of those recent happenings within the corporation. So appreciate it.
Thank you, member.
Thank you.
Okay. Member Watkins.
I didn't have any questions or concerns. The financial analysis demonstrated an ability to meet that applications. I don't have any concerns or any questions, but it's good to see you all.
Good to see you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. With that, I'd ask for a motion.
Chair, just one more,
Yes,
just
please.
housekeeping. We have reviewed draft number 2 of the 17th revised order registration as proposed, dated August 2nd, 2022, and we find those terms and provisions to be appropriate under the circumstances and have no problem with that draft of the order, revised order registration.
Thank you.
Was it August 2nd?
Correct. Draft number 2.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 6 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert. And that would be pursuant to draft number 2 of the company's 17th revised order of registration dated August 2nd, 2022.
Secretary.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank Special Agent Devin Mueller for his work on the application. He was always, as usual, pleasant to work with and very professional. We thank him. Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Gutwald, let's go back to non-restricted 5. If you'd read that in, please, Secretary.
Non-restricted number 5 is the application of MB Bybee Company, Inc., doing business as Ramada Inn and Copper Clean Casino for a transfer of interest. It is also the applications of Mark Bybee and Shane Bybee for finding of suitability as a co-trustee.
Welcome.
Hello, Dennis Gutwald with the law firm of McDonald Carano. With me is
Mark Bybee and Shane Bybee. They've driven down from Elko today and have, excuse me, Ely. Whoops, that name's helping me. Mental slip. And they've been entertained throughout the board today. You guys have made it interesting. With your permission, I'll give you a very brief affirmative
Please.
presentation, and then we'll open it up for questions. Their father, Myron Bybee, died in December. He had a trust listed here, the Myron Bybee Jr. Revocable Trust, that owned a considerable portion of the Copper Queen Casino in Ely. When he died, Mark and Shane are the successor trustees and beneficiaries, and they structured a deal so that upon NGC approval, if we get that, the transfer occurs instantaneously with that approval. And so we have them applying before you today. Both Mark and Shane have been licensed as officers, directors, and shareholders of the Copper Queen already. So this is simply an expansion of their current interest when this interest transfers to the trust to them. With that, I'll open it up for questioning.
Okay, thank you very much. Would you like to make appearances, Brothers Bybee? Please introduce yourselves if you would.
Sure, go ahead.
I'm Shane Bybee, the younger brother, but it is a pleasure to be here before you today. And before I begin, I would like to mention that without the help of Chief Hoffman and Senior Agent Widmar to help us get through this is an incredibly difficult time for our family. And they have gone over and above to expedite this process, and would like to give them our gratitude. Mark and I went to work with Dad when we were 9 years old, both of us. And so all of a sudden to be down to just the two of us it's been a very difficult year. But any questions that you may have, we would definitely be here to answer for you.
Well, I'm sorry to hear about your father. Would you please introduce yourself?
Sure. I'm Shane's brother, Mark. As he mentioned, I've been in the business my entire life. We grew up in the thing. None of us have ever really worked anywhere else. We've just been there our entire lives, and it has been a big change not having our father around. He had kind of pulled out of the business a little bit. He was ill for quite a while, but still just not having him there on a daily basis. It has definitely been a change for us. But Shane and I have been the ones that have ran the business for quite a while. I mean, we've been involved in every aspect of the operation for 35 years, ever since we've had a gaming license, and we do pretty much everything there. Small business, so you just kind of cover all your bases. But yeah, that's kind of an overview.
I have no further questions. Turn it over to my colleagues.
Good afternoon. I'd like to offer my condolences with regard to the loss of your father. I'm sorry to hear that.
Thank you.
There weren't any questions or really concerns related to your application, so I'm happy to move in support. But I was going to ask quickly, what are your plans with regard to the day-to-day operations?
We'll just continue as we have been. We're involved heavily every day, and
so nothing will change.
Nothing will change. We've been doing, like I say, we've been doing this for years, and so nothing really changes there. We ran every aspect of it for a very long time.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Condolences as well.
Thank you.
Excuse me, my condolences as well.
Thank you very much.
I did want to ask about your involvement in the operation, so it's great to know. I didn't know if you guys were day to day, hands on, doing everything. Sounds like you guys are. So
We are.
How's
Yeah,
business?
we are. Business has been fantastic. It really has. We were kind of surprised. We wondered, that we are so remote that the price of gas might affect Ely this summer, that people wouldn't be traveling that direction, but we're actually having our best year ever. It's been fantastic. So
That's good to hear.
yeah, can't complain.
Got the Ely races coming up too.
Pretty soon, next weekend.
Mhm.
Yeah. That's great.
Is that always a great weekend for you guys as
It's
well?
huge.
Is
Yeah,
it?
that is
Best weekend of the year.
It is,
It
huh?
really
It is a
That's huge.
fantastic weekend for
Yeah.
us. So we're looking forward to it.
Okay.
Ely's done a good job of developing like summer weekends. So there's always a little something going on, so they've done a really good job of promoting events. So our summers have been really busy. We have things going almost every weekend up there.
Nice. Good. Well, thank you for being here.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, thank you for coming all the way down. With that, I ask for a motion.
Chair Gibson, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted number 5 is read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you.
Very much.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
All right, let's go to our next item. Madam Secretary.
Non-restricted number 7 is the application of Konami Holdings Corporation for an amendment to their order of registration. It is also the application of Konami Australia Pty Limited for a transfer of interest. Lastly, you have the application of Konami Gaming Inc. for registration as an intermediary company and for licensure as sole shareholder of Konami Australia Pty Limited.
Welcome, Mr. Light, Mr. Gingoli. Good to see you all.
See ya.
Good morning. So Chair Gibson, members of the board, Executive Secretary, for the record, my name is Glenn Light. I'm with the law firm Lewis Roker. I'm joined here by Tom Gingoli, who serves as the Executive Vice President, Chief Operating Officer, Secretary, and Director of Konami Gaming. In the audience is Masami Sasso, who is the Senior Vice President of Corporate Planning, Manufacturing, and Information Technology, and a Director of Konami Gaming, and Laurie Oak, who is the Vice President, Regulatory Compliance for Konami Gaming. To begin, we would like to thank Agent Barat for her assistance and professionalism throughout the investigation. I understand that she's leaving the board and she will be sorely missed. With your permission, I would like to provide a very brief explanation of the transactions on today's agenda, and then Mr. Gingoli can provide reasoning behind those transactions and answer any questions you have.
Please, go ahead.
So there are two transactions here, really. First of all, Konami Holdings Corporation, which is the ultimate publicly traded parent company, has changed its name to Konami Group Corporation. That name change took place on July 1st of 2022, and we request that the order of registration be amended accordingly. Second of all, that ultimate parent company, Konami Group Corporation, desires to transfer the ownership of its subsidiary, Konami Australia, to another subsidiary, Konami Gaming Inc. And we did provide a handout which kind of shows the proposed structure of the transaction. Very simply, on page 1, you will see that the current ownership, we have Konami Group Corporation at the top, and that owns 100% of both Konami Australia and Konami Gaming Corporation of America. On page 2, you'll see it's a two-step process. First of all, Konami Group Corporation will transfer its ownership interests of Konami Australia to Konami Corporation of America. Then immediately after that, Konami Corporation of America will transfer its ownership interests in Konami Australia to Konami Gaming. So ultimately, it will be Konami Group, which is the holding company, that will own Konami Corporation of America, which will own Konami Gaming, which will own Konami Australia. So with that in mind, I'd like to hand the podium over to Mr. Gingoli.
Thank you. Chair Gibson, Member Watkins, Member Katsaros, Executive Secretary Rupert. For the record, Thomas Gingoli. I'm the Executive Vice President, Chief Operating Officer for Konami Gaming Inc. And as Mr. Light touched on, just a real brief kind of presentation from me. Konami Group Corporation this year will be its 50 years of existence as operating. So one of the things they wanted to do was change the name to give a more reflective representative where the company is at today. 4 primary business segments: our parent company, amusement, digital entertainment, sports and life, and gaming and systems, which is our business. So that's really the reason for the name change there. As far as the Konami Australia shift, what we're doing there is really consolidating all of our gaming assets under one portfolio. The way it sits right now, Konami Australia Pty Limited directly reports to our parent company, and we felt for a number of reasons, consolidation of all our gaming assets again into one entity was something that was going to be beneficial for a number of reasons. And that's really it regarding the two. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. It's nice to be back here in person after all these years.
It's good to see you.
Yeah, it's good to see you.
Any questions? I don't have any questions.
I don't have any questions either.
We emptied the room out, sorry.
No, that's forward. I mean, all the interesting stuff, I guess, or all the controversial stuff first.
A bit, a question on the history.
Sure.
So Konami Australia was previously licensed
Yes.
here in Nevada. Can you talk a bit about the surrender of the license and the relicensing and
Yes,
the
so
reason for it?
absolutely. Member Watkins. Initially, when the company, I've been with the company going on my 20th year now, we had filed for licensure in the hope that we were going to kind of bring the two entities together, focusing a lot on our R&D efforts. It didn't work out as the way we kind of initially planned, and it kind of went our separate ways. And then, we decided to come back, essentially is what it was. And that's probably been one of the, to be honest with you, better decisions that we've made. The Australian market, when it comes to releasing product and games, is a really good test market. So by having them licensed as we did years ago, it allows us, gave us flexibility really to bring product up here much easier and quicker to the market. So we de-licensed back then because we weren't really using that, and then decided, a few years later that probably wasn't the best move and came back. So, moving forward as far as the, shifting under there, Konami Gaming Inc. Sorry, and there's a lot of Konami Gaming names in front of you. Konami Gaming Inc., the Nevada entity, we had to get licensed throughout the jurisdictions in Australia. We went through that process. We were a little not concerned, but we were concerned how it was going to happen during the pandemic. We didn't know if the regulators wanted to travel or not travel, so we really didn't know timing-wise how long it was going to take. So from our perspective, it went very smoothly. So what it's going to look like post this transaction, we really haven't figured that all out yet. I mean, there's going to be no, we're not eliminating any positions. We're just bringing the entities together. And I think, in today's environment with supply chain and everything else, I think it's good to have really everything under one umbrella. So we're really looking forward to getting that, process completed and seeing how we'll do moving forward.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that additional information as well. Well, welcome back to Nevada.
Yeah.
And I didn't have any other questions. There were no concerns related to the application, and I'm happy to support it.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I have no concerns either. No further questions. Okay.
And we're looking at draft number 1 of July 8th. Okay, thank you. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 7 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert pursuant to draft number 1 of the company's 8th revised order of registration dated July 8th, 2022.
Secretary.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you. Take care.
All right. Let's go to our final non-restricted item, please.
Non-restricted number 8 is the application of Border Town Inc. doing business as Border Town for a transfer of interest.
Good afternoon.
All right,
Chair
we're in appearance
Gibson.
in Carson City. Welcome.
Welcome. Good afternoon, Chair Gibson, Member Castoros, Member Watkins, and Madam Secretary. My name is Mitchell Gardner, and today with me are my sons, Gregory Gardner and Alexander Gardner. And we are here today for the board's approval for a 52% transfer of interest.
Okay. Tell us about the reasoning behind the request for transfer, if you would.
Well, the reasoning is currently my 90-year-old father has 52%, and we all decided that it's probably time to transfer those over and let him not worry about it anymore.
Got it. All right. So this is being transferred without remuneration. This is a gift. Is that right?
It's all a gift, yes.
Okay. All right. I don't have any additional questions. State planning matter, very straightforward. Any questions from my colleagues?
I don't have any questions or concerns. It's pretty straightforward. I'm happy to support the application.
Thank you.
No questions from me either.
Okay, I'd ask for a motion then, please.
Thank you for being here today. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 8 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you very
Thanks.
much.
Thanks for appearing. All right, we're scheduled to begin our restricted agenda at 1 o'clock, so we've got about 15 minutes. Okay, welcome back. We'll now start our restricted agenda. Madam Secretary, let's proceed with the items on our restricted consent agenda. There were no questions or issues with these items and no appearances were required.
All right, restricted number 2 is the application of Golden Gate Petroleum of Nevada LLC doing business as Golden Gate Gasoline for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 4 is the application of Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc., doing business as Dottie's number 192 for a waiver of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 as noted on the agenda. Restricted number 5 is the application of United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at Circle K Store number 2709551 for a waiver of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 as noted on the agenda. Restricted number 6 is the application of Jet Gaming LLC doing business as Terribles Gaming, doing business at Terribles number 399 for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 7 is the application of Sartini Gaming LLC doing business at 7-Eleven store number 38994 for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 8 is the application of United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies doing business at Highway 420 Liquor and Smoke for a restricted gaming license.
Okay, thank you very much. Given the fact there are no questions, I'd ask for a motion with the conditions.
I did not have any questions on these.
I don't have any questions on these ones either.
Okay.
I will then move to recommend approval of restricted agenda items number 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert with conditions to apply as follows. For items 4 and 5, the waiver of the provisions of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 in conjunction with the approval granted in February 2022 shall expire on the date of the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Commission meeting in February 2023. And for item 6, the surveillance system and/or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved.
Okay. Madam Secretary.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you. Okay. Let's go to the items that are held out. Let's go to restricted 1, please.
Restricted number 1 is the application of MFE Inc. doing business as Circle K number 2622004 for a restricted gaming license. It is also the application of Gurpal Kular for licensure as a director.
Okay. Welcome.
Good afternoon.
Please state your name for the record, if you would.
My name is Gurpal Kular.
Okay.
Gurdev Kular.
Okay.
Maria Fernanda Enamorado.
Okay, great. Welcome. So tell us about your application.
This is an application for a Circle K location that is opening up in about 3 to 4 weeks. It will be our second Circle K location in town, and this will be our third operating gas station convenience store for licensure under MFE Inc.
Okay. And I assume that you know why we've asked you to come here today.
I believe it's regarding adding Gurpal as director.
Right. So could you please explain that?
He is a son of the president of the corporation. We're continuing to expand in our locations. And so any additional people that can help oversee and operate the businesses is beneficial to us. So we'd like to add him and move forward with our growth.
Okay. So just to back up, you added him, right? Without commission approval. That's the issue here.
To MFE Inc. as a director.
Right.
Yes.
So that's a violation of NRS 463-530. Do you have an explanation for that?
We had a attorney that represented our last application. We have another entity, Bouquet Inc. We had an attorney represent us for that, and at that time, Gurpal was added to Bouquet Inc. and brought in front of the board at that time. Our understanding was he was also being added to MFE Inc. at that same time. And through investigation with investigator Jasmine Jeffries, we found out that that was not the case. He was just added to Bouquet Inc. He was licensed back then for multiple locations. So this was just a misunderstanding on our part that he was not added to this corporation.
Okay. All right, I'll open it to my colleagues for questions.
So you're required to fill out a form that represents who the directors of your company are on a yearly basis through the Gaming Control Board. Is that correct? Or do you have an understanding of that?
That is not something that we are doing annually, so I was unaware of that.
A NGC 9.
Yes, I do submit those.
Okay, so did you misrepresent that he was not a director on your NGC 9 or that he was?
I review those, and when I go through them, I just look at officer names, addresses, the location operating information. So it's just something that I did not notice that he was not on there for MFE Inc. He is on there for the other locations under Bouquet Inc.
So apparently, since 2014, he's been involved in what role has he been involved since 2014?
So Maria's 100% owner of the entities, and so we were just added as directors to help oversee the multiple locations that are operating.
So has he been a director since 2014?
Yes, that sounds correct. That's when he was added to Bouquet Inc. and licensed by the board.
Why don't we just let him speak? Actually, were you added in 2014 as a director to the company?
Yes, I've come here before for Bouquet Inc.
Okay, but you were also acting as a director for MFE?
I was helping with the day-to-day operations formally on paper. I'm not 100% sure.
Are you engaged in any other roles with the company outside of director?
No, I'm not.
And you have not been since 2014?
Well, simply just the day-to-day operations of, running the business operations. But formally, the paperwork, I have not been very involved with that.
Okay. So I guess the concern is that since 2014 that you haven't properly completed the NGC 9 form.
So I review those annually. So like I said, when I go through those on the website, I'm just looking to make sure that the information is correct as far as, names, addresses, location information. It's not something where I guess I was reviewing to make sure that Paul was also on the MFE Inc. locations.
So, but you do now have an understanding that you need to go through and read each question and respond to it accurately. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I didn't understand if you knew that was wrong from the responses you were given, but now you have an understanding that was not correct and it hasn't been since 2014. But moving forward, you will make sure that you thoroughly review each question and answer it accurately and honestly, right?
Yes.
Okay. And this was unintentional in that you just simply misunderstood because he had been added as a director of another company, but not added as a director of MFE. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right. Member Casaros, any questions?
So your relationship between the three of you?
So she's our mother and we're brothers.
Your brothers, okay. And Ms. Enamorado, you are the 100% owner though of MFE as well as Bouquet. Got it, okay. Yeah, as was already mentioned, we've got a bunch of NGC 9. So that's an annual form that you fill out confirming the details of your license that we have in our database, and for various reasons, we need to know that, right? For instance, if somebody would have been appointed, Gurpal, you've been licensed, when were you originally licensed? 2014. So you were already licensed, but in instances or somebody hasn't even been licensed, they could be accidentally added as well. It's a huge concern too. We've got a series of NGC 9s that were inaccurately attested to. So as was just gone over by Member Watkins there, that's a concern. So don't do it again.
Sorry for that, Mr.
And just to put a fine point on it, you do sign the document under penalty of perjury.
Yes, I do. It's online, but yes, I do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right. I mean, so you understand what that means, right? Okay.
Just a quick follow up on, is there anything else that's inaccurate in these other than that?
No, that's the only thing.
The marijuana questions, for instance. You guys got any marijuana businesses?
No, we don't.
Just to ask in case.
The
there's
document,
somebody-
when you receive it, is pre-filled then with the information that was included on it prior, in the prior.
Are you referring to NGC 9?
Yes.
So when we look at it on the website, it just is a web page that presents all of our information
Right.
on it. It asks a few questions. I don't recall a question regarding whether or not ownership structure or members have changed. I do recall questions about the size of the building, the amount of machines, as mentioned, marijuana businesses.
There are additional questions that have been added as well, so I would recommend that you read it closely this next time through. Okay, well, sense the board.
Yeah, I'm fine to move forward. But
Fine.
Yeah, I'm okay moving forward, just with the, suggestion that, you make sure you take your time when you go through the NGC 9 and attest to everything accurately. You said you actually had gaming counsel previously, is that correct? Is there any reason why you don't have it now?
The person we used, Jeff Silver, he helped us with our first, I think it was 4 locations.
Okay.
So from there, we just started handling the paperwork ourselves for the previous 2.
And sometimes that's the danger of doing things, without an attorney, right? But okay, all right. Seems like you understand moving forward, your responsibility, and I'll support the application.
Okay. I'd ask for a motion.
okay, and there are 2 conditions on your license that we're going to be suggesting as part of this motion for to recommend approval. They're pretty standard. Theoretically, you are aware of this, so just go ahead and make a motion. I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 1 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert. Conditioned as follows: an equity owner is no longer functioning as a key employee for this location. A key employee application must be filed within 60 days and thereafter be refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position. And the surveillance system and/or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you.
All right, Thank you.
Okay, let's move to number 3, please.
Restricted number 3 is the application for licensure of Dr. Duck LLC to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from Sartini Gaming LLC doing business at Nevada Ugly. It is also the applications of Lene LaValle Hunter and Thomas Hunter for licensure as a member and manager.
Okay, welcome, Mr. Donato. How are you?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Madam Secretary Jeff Donato here with the applicants who are joining me from Carson City. And we'd like to take an opportunity to thank you, and we appreciate you allowing them to appear from Carson City today. With that, if you give me some, provide some background information about the application, and we can have the applicants provide some information for themselves.
Good, thank you.
This application is for a share in gaming revenue under the SRO's license. It is a tavern location that opened up in 2012 in Gardnerville, Nevada. There is no restaurant with this tavern, and no one under the age of 21 is permitted within the tavern. In 2015, they started the gaming operations at the location under a space lease agreement, and they're currently still on that space lease agreement where they're getting fixed rent. There's a total of 5 machines at the business.
Sartini Gaming holds a gaming license for the tavern, and if the applicants are approved, that space lease will convert to a participation agreement, and they'll start sharing in the gaming revenue. With that, we'd like to have Mrs. Lene Hunter provide some information about herself. Lene, you
Hello,
want to go
nice
ahead
to meet you. Nice
Hello.
to finally meet you, Jeff.
and nice to meet you
Hey,
as well.
everybody. So,
Tell us about this application.
okay, we've been trying to go down this road for a number of years. We tried it by ourselves at first. That didn't work. So we finally got Jeff to help us, and we've answered everything. We even learned some stuff about ourselves. But yeah, we've had the games there for quite a while, and I would like a share of it. But yeah, that's why we applied.
Okay. Thank you, Miss LaValle Hunter. I do have one question, and I normally don't go back this far, but I will because this is an important issue to me personally. So in 2008, you were let go from Carson Valley Medical Center for what you termed to be an unintentional HIPAA violation. Can you explain
That's
that,
what it was
please?
in my record. They put that in my file, my personnel file. It was, as I said, my manager, nurse manager, brought out a whole bunch of health records to me at 4:30 p.m. and told me to have them copied and ready by 5. I did tell her that it was impossible to remove the patient information and have it all copied in that amount of time. And she said, "Oh, don't worry about that. It's just going to nurses. They're going to take a quiz and hand them back to me. It's not leaving the premises." Well, something went wrong, and that's not what happened. And some records did go off premise, and I got fired for it.
Okay.
Because I knew better.
All right. And it looks like in 2009, you were rehired as a part monitor tech. And so you were back in the medical industry.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Right. And there was no prosecution or anything else under HIPAA?
No,
for
nothing.
Violation? Okay.
No.
All right. And Mr. Hunter, you are yourself in the medical field. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you are a pharmacist.
Yes, sir. I'm a doctor of pharmacy.
Wonderful. So from doctor of pharmacy to tavern operator. That's, how is that going?
It's wonderful. It's actually I've done a lot of things in my life, military, fight fires, things like that, and all of a sudden we got the wild idea to get into the bar industry, and I'm enjoying it. I'm not doing much with the business, but I do fix the faucets and make sure the hot water's running.
Well, that's important. All right. Well, I will turn it over to my colleagues for questions. Please.
Other than the issues that the chair went through, I didn't even have any other questions or concerns.
I didn't have any questions either on this one, Chair Gibson.
Okay. Well, with that, I'd ask for a motion, please.
All right, Chair Gibson, I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 3 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you.
Appreciate, I'd like to thank
Thank
Agent
you very
Jeffries for all
much.
her work during the investigation process.
Thank you.
Thank you
both
very
for
much
Thank you.
to the board. Thank you, Jeff.
appearing. All right. So now we go to the new game.
You have one request for final approval of a new game. That item is New Pan 9, submitted by Scientific Games Corporation.
Okay. Do we have anybody in the audience to make a presentation? Okay. Does not look like it. There were no issues during the trial. And although the win was not substantial, it was actually a negative win, I think. The recommendation is for approval. So that's for a motion.
I move to approve I move to approve new game number 1 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Secretary.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Okay. With that, Madam Secretary, let's go to, let's see here. We have an informational item as well.
Yes, we do.
Please read that into the record.
This informational item has been placed on the agenda in accordance with NRS 434.0081-4A, which requires the board to solicit public comment on the draft of the board's language access plan.
Okay. Anyone wishing to make a public comment, please step forward to the podium. Is there any comment on this language access plan? None in Las Vegas? Seeing none in Carson City? That will close our informational item. All right, so Madam Secretary, that brings us to our last item, public comment.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters.
Okay. Is there any public comment? So please step forward, state your name for the record. None in Las Vegas. Carson City, is there any public comment? None in Carson City. All right, that will close our public comment section. And this concludes the Nevada Gaming Control Board meeting for the month of August, and we are adjourned.